Can I have an approval of the January 24, 2012 meeting?
I'll go ahead and move that we
Minutes?
approve the January 24, 2012 minutes of the audit subcommittee.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. So moved. Mr. Rufus?
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Monday Rufus. I'm with the firm of Monday and Rufus PC, the internal auditor for the Texas Animal Health Commission. I'll introduce my associate, as usual, Robert Gonzalez, CPA. The first report that we will be presenting is the audit of cash receipt and fee processing. We have conducted an internal audit of the cash receipts and fee processing at the Texas Animal Health Commission as of August 30th, 2012. If you go to page 5, it talks about the internal audit results. The Commission has effective procedures and controls in place for processing, handling, and recipient of cash. We identified several strengths within the system, and we also identified certain matters. Matters are not actually findings, they are suggestions that we have made to the Commission. Those suggestions are on pages 8 to 11. Matters for further consideration. The first one there is incompatible employee functions. We are recommending that the Commission look into that. We've already discussed all the matters with management of the Commission. The second one has to do with the laboratory invoices. We've also discussed the issue with the management. The third is on page 9, is reconciliation of paid and unpaid invoices. The fourth one is depositing of cash receipts on page 10. The fifth is double reconciliation of accounting entries. The sixth is Texas Animal Health Commission Health Certificate, the CVI Inventory Database System, and internal control. And the last but not the least, is on page 11, fidelity bonding of employees handling cash. We've discussed all the matters with management. I'm sure they will be looking into implementing some of those. And that's all I have in terms of cash receipts, and I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
I'll just go on the record and say that we have talked and we think we can reconcile. They're not as bad as they sound maybe. It's just, we just got to do some tweaking in our processes. So.
And the, back here in this further report, it shows that they met with you and...
Yeah. Well, some of it is just, we just don't have enough people. We got the same guy
Right.
opening the mail that's handling the money. You know, it's just, from an audit perspective, that's not a good idea, but we have one guy, so we're going to have to work around that, but we do have some solutions. So I don't see any problems in meeting their concerns.
Well, I was wondering that because, you know, how do you justify someone with our budget?
Well, like I said, I think we can accommodate their concerns, and we just have to, there's other ways to double check yourself. And so that's, I think, Gene, you can speak up too, but I think their recommendations were pretty easily fixed by our staff, just saying, well, let's do it this way instead of that way. So,
Well, when the State Office of Risk Management recommended dropping the bond in '04, were we handling less cash then?
Yes.
Okay, we're handling more cash now.
Significantly less cash. It wasn't worth the
Right.
premium we were paying. Because
Right.
We didn't, you know, these are things that growing pains with taking in fees as well as the reduction in staff has left us really scrambling at times to do a multiplicity, which butts us up with good kind of duality systems where you have control.
I think our health certificates were a quarter then, and they're now $7 each.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
So that's the big jump right there.
I'd like to make a comment. One of the things we did, we talked to management before we started this cash receipt process. There was a cash receipt process already in place, but with the new fees coming into play, we decided to go ahead and look at that process being developed to make sure there's controls in place. And that's where the suggestions come in. Not only did we audit the fees, but we went ahead and looked at the system being put in place, so we came up with certain suggestions. That's why when there's only one person, we said, okay, there's some other options you can have. You can have controls by having somebody else check that person's daily receipts or so or sales. And therefore, this is where the suggestions come from.
So the reconciliation then of the cash and versus the certificates will match. So is that what you're?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And one of the things is that they do have the controls on the CBIs because of the fact that the vets pay for them before they even get shipped out. But we want to make sure that what gets shipped out is what accounting is receiving in revenue as fees. So we've discussed it in detail with management as to how they can go ahead and do that process. And therefore, they're not findings, they're just, as you
Sure.
develop the system, they're suggestions.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
we're
I
interested in
understand that.
enhancing our health certificate oversight anyway for veterinary compliance as well. We really are weak in the ability to decide if a vet's complying with our rules and regulations for just being a veterinary professional. So there's lots of reasons we want to take a look at their recommendations and expand on that and for our own oversight from the animal health side, not from the fiduciary side. So it's a win-win for us, and we appreciate the suggestions.
I might note, this is one of the ones that we actually wanted looked at as an auditor, because it helps us to understand our deficiencies, problems. I mean, even like the SAGE they had, it was a lot of effort, something that wasn't a good, and we transitioned, but these were good to help support the fact that we do have the controls in place, it's just making sure that we're able to fulfill all the needs through quality control.
The next one is follow-up on information systems security. We reviewed the status of our internal audit recommendations related to information system security at the Texas Animal Health Commission. As of August 28, 2012, the original report entitled Internal Audit of Information Systems Security was dated August 23, 2010. So our objective was to follow up on the recommendations that we made. Go on page 4. We have internal audit results. The actions that have been taken by the Commission have significantly satisfied the intent of our internal audit follow-up. But, we do encourage management to continue to make concerted efforts to ensure proper password policy. Pages 5 and 7 show the current status and our remarks. And I'll be more than happy as well to entertain any questions that you have. I do know that if we had about an hour to make this presentation, I will be going through this in more detail.
Sure.
But I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have related to follow-up information security.
I'll just say that there was some, the fire suppression issue with our server room there was a lot of work. That was a hard thing to solve because of the types of sealing we had. You have to make a vacuum and suck the air out and all these things. But I want to thank Carol and Gene and everyone on our staff that worked with the landlord because that was a big mess. I'll just be
Are they
honest.
kept on site here on all our all our records?
I don't think, we have a cloud, right?
We go to the Texas Archive.
There you go.
Like the tapes.
It's like some cloud.
Okay.
We're on site until for weekend.
Okay.
But we have a pretty good backup system, and I guess Carol's the head of our IT, that it finally works, right? The fire suppression, but it literally, I guess for a year of it, they had some failures, let me put it that way. Not Carol's failures, but the fire experts couldn't figure out how to make it not catch on fire at first, so, because of a sealing issue. But anyway, I want to thank everybody, because that was a lot of work, and it was for a good reason also, but it was not easily solved. So.
Is that halogen system, or did you?
I'll let her answer that.
It's similar to that. It's a gas, comes out of the vapor, and it's not harmful to humans like the furnaces.
On the passwords, I always found them to be a pain in the rear to change every, any problem with that? I mean, does the system allow you to,
Well, I'll just
like
say
if
that
you
it's.
got a word and you put a number behind it, can you just go 1, 2, 3?
No, I'll just say it's a good idea to change your passwords, and we agree with the audit. We did delay the implementation in the field, and we're not going to have our inspectors change their passwords as often as the central office. And one of our challenges is we have a number of different servers that all have their own passwords, so getting them all aligned, I don't know how many different servers we've got, 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. 20, see, there you go. So when you change one password, they have to align it, but we agree with the audit and finding, and we're working on it, but we're going to have the field folks not change quite as often as this office, just because managerially off-site people with password problems can overload our help desk as well. So we're kind of splitting the difference on this one with them.
The central office has a system in place now whereby they change passwords every 90 days. It's just the regional offices and the laboratory office that they're still working on. And they've assured us that they'll have that implemented by the end of the second quarter.
Any other questions?
The next one is public information process. We have reviewed the status of internal audit recommendations related to public information process of the Texas Animal Health Commission as of August 29, 2012. The original report titled Internal Audit of Public Information Process was dated May 16, 2007. So the result of our internal audit follow-up disclosed that all the recommendations made in that report have been implemented. Pages 5 and 6 outline the current status and our remarks. And I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have. If you go to the current status, the I means implemented, P means partially implemented, and N not implemented. So we're happy to report that the recommendation is implemented.
Any questions?
No, the commission will approve the reports, and then we go to the audit plan. We have to approve the reports.
No, it wasn't an action item. Mm-mm.
Oh,
Just the plan.
Just the audit.
just the plan is
Plan,
action.
correct.
Okay. The last, not the least, is the approval of the audit plan for fiscal year 2012.
Thank y'all.
That's been 2 weeks ago. I'm not over.
Good morning. I'm trying to get started on time. We're behind just a little bit, but I'd like to welcome everybody to the 384th Commission meeting. And again, welcome. We've got looks like a full slate of things to go through. So I would ask for a motion or discussion on the minutes of the 383rd meeting.
Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes of the 383rd Commission meeting held on June 5th, 2012.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the 383rd meeting. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Dr. Ellis, we'll begin with your report of the executive director. Dr. Ellis is not here.
He just went to get coffee.
Did he? All right. Well, Gene? No.
No.
We'll wait. No. We'll wait. If anybody does have comment throughout or has a need to put forth comment, the cards are in the back. Please sign in, and you can do that throughout the meeting and just bring the cards up here up front. So, Dr. Ellis, we are ready for you.
Turn my phone on.
Yeah, and everybody put their phone on silent if they could, please.
Good idea. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Ben, can you hear me all right? Yeah. All right. Well, it's always a pleasure to come before you and give you an update on agency activities. And in your book there, as usual, is the bullet points that I'm going to cover for y'all to follow along as you see fit. And please ask questions at any time if you have issues or concerns. I always start by just giving a broad agency overview of where we're at right now from a macro perspective, just what's going on with the agency. And I think, we're hanging in there right now. From a personnel level, I will say that we probably are psychologically and as well as just functionally feeling the effects of the reductions. We kind of ran on adrenaline there for a while, and we're seeing our jobs are more diverse than ever. We're as busy as ever, probably busier to be quite honest, especially with some of the new issues you're going to hear today. There's a lot of things on the agenda that are, for some of y'all, going to be brand new. And so it's a challenge staffing-wise from a professional perspective for us, from Gene and Andy and myself and the folks here just trying to figure out how to deal with some of these new issues. It's tasking mentally. And at the agency, at the functional level out in the field, the folks are doing their best. We're starting to see some turnover related to salary inequity as well as psychologically, like I mentioned. I think there's people still worried and nervous going to the next session. They're not sure what their future is, no matter what we tell them about assurances that we think we're through with reductions. They don't necessarily believe that, and not that they don't trust management, it's just they don't believe that anyone really knows what's going to happen in the next session. So it's a challenge from us managerially to keep the morale up, and we're going to be okay. I think we'll make it through the next session, but I just want you guys to know that for the first time this summer we had trouble with vacations, and we had some folks out sick and hurt, and it's just, it is a struggle right now, and we're optimistic that maybe we can get some relief in the next session from a budgetary perspective. And one of the slow erosions in our functionality that I may see and no one else sees is we have managers doing non-managerial jobs, and you can do that for a while. They're actually good at it. They probably all did that before they got promoted, but as you do the day-to-day activities that don't function as a manager, you start to see some little problems here and there. So that's our challenge, Andy's and my challenge at this point, to make sure that we keep our customer service up and our quality of work up. We were not able to find a candidate that I considered fully qualified for Dr. Hensley's position, and so we pulled that posting down. We're going to repost it next month in concurrence with the U.S. Animal Health Association, which is a national meeting there. It's in North Carolina this year, and all the 50 state vets will be there, and their assistants and their staff, and I'm going to try and repost that position and see if we can get somebody good. And that's a struggle because that job manages the field, and so it's something we need to get filled as quickly as possible. That reminds me, there are currently 3 commissioners planning on going to U.S. Animal Health. We had a 4th that had to cancel, So we have a room and we have a registration paid. If any of y'all that weren't planning on going to U.S. Animal Health Association meeting are interested, talk to me or Carol after the meeting. And if not, we'll probably just cancel. We can get our money back, but we already have one set up. If anybody was on the bubble, we do have an opportunity. It would be easy for you to go at this point. So talk to me after the meeting if you're interested in that. We do have 2 job postings posted. One is a government liaison position, and our preference is that we hire an attorney, but we would hire anybody that has good writing skills and is experienced with legislative functions. It can also help us internally. I think you can see today from the thickness of your packet, that's something that we wrote, Gene and Sally and his legal, there's a considerable amount of writing that goes on, especially with these new rules that we're working on with the Deere folks. And so we need somebody who can just sit down and help us with review of existing rules and modifications and refinements. And there's also some statutory obligations of agencies to take a look at their rules from time to time. So we do have 2 jobs posted. One's an assistant emergency management coordinator. That department's down from 5 to 1, and we're gonna hire at least one person back right now, just because I don't like one-man shops in any department, and you're just too vulnerable. It's too much of a liability at the agency level. So we're going to get an assistant emergency management coordinator there. So we're not dead in the water. We haven't hired anybody since the last meeting, but we do have 2 postings, and I'm optimistic we'll find good folks there. And we have lost some employees in the meantime, primarily for pay. It's all left for more money. We do have internally going on right now. Every 2 years, the agency polls its employees and asks, how are things going? What's good? What's bad? And then management takes a look at those scores. And as you can imagine, after last year, the scores were lower. Our employees were unhappy in a number of areas that caught our attention. And so we actually formed an internal working group, 5 subcommittees, take a look at some deficiencies in the morale and just the perception of management and the perception of how things are going internally. And so we have, just for your awareness, and I can talk to any of y'all more if you're interested, we have 5 internal committees looking at salary, equity, diversity, internal and external communications, and job quality. And so these were the areas where the employees' perception of how things were going dropped considerably from 2 years before that. And so we're going to take a hard look at that. And there are some things from a management perspective we can obviously work on immediately. And then some of them, like pay, that's maybe we just need to do a better job of explaining how it works and what we tried to do to move forward. So I do want to make you aware that we are addressing some issues internally with our employees to try and make things better, make their quality of work better. There were 2 significant reports that we finished since the last meeting, and strategic plan and our legislative appropriation request. Probably for the last 6 months, that's taken up a lot of our time, especially with the smaller staff, Sammy and Andy and Gene and myself and Larissa and some of the folks here in the office. It's just like having back-to-back theme papers or book reports or research papers due, and I can't say that it's the most favorite part of my job, but it's an important part of my job. I did send y'all a link if you want to watch our testimony before the Legislative Budget Board last week before last. I know at least one of y'all had a problem watching it. If you have technical problems, get with us after the meeting. We'll make sure you can see that. It lasted about an hour. I think the LBB staff is, from my perspective, and I just have one other one to go on, they seem to be very sympathetic to the agency, and we're asking the kind of questions that I would hope they would ask about, what have been the effects and how are you managing the reduction in budget, and where do you see yourself going. So I think we came out of that with a pretty good feeling that at least they're not mad at us. We're not on anybody's agenda right now, so I think that's a good thing. My challenge is just to keep managing the agency in the meantime, but I do want you to be aware that we've taken those folks on some field trips and shown them around what we do, and we're very comfortable with our relationship. We have a good, productive relationship with our LBB counterparts. But this is the time to consider, we do have some agency statutory needs and a number of disease programs, a number of species-specific issues. And I'll mention some of those in my report, and I'll be glad to talk to any of y'all offline. But Gene and I will be putting together a formal list for discussion if any of you are interested soon. As we go through the fall prior to the session, I do believe that our agency statute needs to be opened up, and hopefully there's some refinements made, which will also lead to some rule making. We have some rules we need to propose, y'all to propose, that we can't do because we don't have statutory authority yet, and I'll go into a little more detail as I go through my report. But it is the time of the year to take a look at that and be thinking. So if your industry has specific concerns or issues about agency authority or rulemaking, please bring them to me and we'll put them on the list. Move on to public information. Again, we've got a great public information officer in Bonnie Ramirez, and she's been very busy. I think this might have been the busiest. This might have been the busiest I can ever remember this summer with activities. You can see there, she put in the book for y'all our social media, some examples of the social media, and we still believe, I personally believe Facebook's one of the best things that happened to the agency as far as getting information out quickly. You can also pull it back. If you say the wrong thing, you can retract it, which is not easily done in a press release. I mean, if you say the wrong thing, it's out there. So we're very comfortable with that. You can see we've had a number of press releases, and they're in your book, but everything from border violence to H3N2 and humans and swine to vesicular stomatitis, CWD, anthrax, our trichomoniasis rules. We're going to message that out as soon as this meeting's over tomorrow or the next day. Our horse response team within emergency management. Lots of things going on here. And again, I just have to thank the staff that's here in Austin, because we're very busy, and they're doing a very professional job, and we're proud to work for the Animal Health Commission. We have started back. One of the things I want to do is start to interact more with the industries, and we have had a number of informational booths, and you can see there we were at Independent Cattlemen's, we were at Texas Pork Producers, Texas A&M Beef Short Course, and we're going to the Southwest Veterinary Symposium next week in Dallas. So we've had a number of places where we actually manned booths, and we had employees standing there talking to stakeholders and the producers about issues that affect them personally. Start with my first disease report, trichomoniasis, again, venereal disease of bulls, and you have a number of rules on the books today for proposal. I want to thank Commissioner Locke for his leadership in helping with this issue. The Trick Working Group met in May, and we just didn't have time to get the rules all proposed and written by the last commission meeting, so they should have already been proposed, and this would be passage, but they're being proposed today. But because of that, unless someone has concerns, it's my recommendation that we go ahead and we'll put in abeyance any rules that are contradictory to what's going to be proposed. If you pass the proposed rules today, I'd like to go ahead and implement these rules starting tomorrow. We can just not enforce if there's a problem with it. But some of these rules will save producers money, and some instances a lot of money. The pooling samples, the science is there to back up allowing pool samples, and then some of our rules related to interstate entry are just my promise to a number of folks, and the state vets across at least the western part of the U.S. has promised each other that we're going to try and align our rules and get over some petty differences and concerns, and try and make the movement of bulls between states easier and more understandable, more transparent. So some of these rules related to our interstate entry requirements are our first step in Texas being a good team player with other states, and let's try and get this where it's simpler for a person moving a bull between states to understand how to do it easily. I think that's a goal we will all want to strive for, is to simplify our interstate entry rules across the U.S. Dr. Vickers?
I hate to interrupt you, but while you're on Trick, we do, and I'm getting this from other veterinarians, we have a little problematic issue. If you mail those samples on Thursday, the lab doesn't start testing them until Monday. There's a 96-hour period there, and after that, they want to reject the sample.
Well, that's actually a rule proposal. We're extending that to 120 hours.
Yeah.
And that'll accommodate the Thursday sale barn vets and the Thursday, Friday, Saturday collections. There will be some rules about incubating it properly for up to 48 hours. This was discussed at length, and we are going to propose that we accept samples that are to the lab within 120 hours and handled properly in the interim to help out folks that have a late weekend collection. Now, with that said, I talked to some of the lab folks last week. There's some research going on at Auburn University right now. They've actually got some infected bulls. We sent them 2 infected bucking bulls, and they've been playing around with them now, trying to figure out how to cure them. They haven't had any effect at that, but what they are going to do is they're actually going to do some research to see if 120 hours is okay or if 96 hours are okay. So I could come back in a year or two and tell you this is the wrong time. You know, the science shows that there is a drop-off in, you know, the validity of the test, or we might be able to go longer. So we're going to extend that 1 extra day now. It's proposed, you're going to pass it, I hope. And then we're going to continue to let the scientists evaluate if that's the right amount of time to accept a test that's still being valid, and may come back with fine tuning in another year or two. But I think we're going to accommodate today your concerns by the rule that's proposed for you to vote on, which adds 1 extra day to the length of time that the test is still valid.
Yeah.
So there's nobody against it, and every sale barn vet or vet that collects bulls on Thursday night, Friday, or Saturday was for it. So to me, I didn't see any downside other than there is some lab concerns. There are some people that are not sure 120 hours is okay, but they didn't know if 96 hours is okay either. That was just passed, and so we are asking and working to help get a better scientific analysis of what is the right amount of time.
For PCR, they're at the lab, they're holding them, 5 days before they test?
They're incubating them 48 hours,
Yeah.
and then the question is, how long till the DNA in the sample starts to degenerate? In other words, in my mind, if it's properly stored and properly run in the incubation time frame, it could last a lot longer than 120 hours, you know, in an infected bull. But we just added 1 day because there were people, truthfully, that was a split vote in the trick committee. There were some people that didn't want to extend that just because they weren't sure it was okay. But we think this is short-term going to alleviate your
Yeah,
concerns.
well, the freight is the issue. Even on their special mailers, a lot of times it doesn't get there for 3 days, you know, and sometimes 4 days. And like, you collect them on a Wednesday, you ship them on Thursday, sometimes they still don't get it till Monday. And even overnighting it, you know.
You probably should try and always do overnight shipping for lots of reasons because you don't know the environment.
Just have 1 sample, you know.
But we believe the pooled sampling is also going to help with the cost as well. That may drop the cost of 5 bulls being tested from over $100 to about $30. So you're going to see a significant savings. So maybe the vets can pay for the better stuff. Now I don't know, but we'll see how this goes.
$100 is a bit high. Most of us are
Right.
$70.
Okay, and so if there are any questions on trick, there are some rules there, and Commissioner Locke may have thoughts later, but I continue to believe this program works the way I want it, I think the way you want it, which is we listen to the industry, we work with the industry, we formulate rules that help them stay in business and make money, but yet are scientifically valid, and we're not compromising our ethical principles as veterinarians along the way. And so I'm very proud to be part of the TRIC program, and I think it's a model that other states can look at. And to be quite honest, it's the kind of model we used when we started in with these deer issues, is to engage the industry, talk to them, listen to them, compromise where you can, then move forward. And so that's, you know, that's a good model there. On equine pyroplasmosis, you have a rule today for passage. And I don't know that we got any comments. Were there any comments on that proposed rule, Gene? Do you remember on the pyro rule? I don't think the high risk, I don't think there were. And I'm really kind of surprised, but I just give y'all an alert here that Dr. Swartz is going to have more information on pyro, but we completed the testing of all the horses in Kennedy County. Not very many horses there, some big ranches, not any big towns at all, but we did find some pyro. We did find some pyro where we didn't have any reason to believe it was there. And so we believe that probably the next county we're going to take a look at, and I'm going to have our epidemiology staff give me a formal recommendation. And then we'll move forward with the process similar to what we used to have to do with county testing for brucellosis. But there's probably some more pyro in some surrounding counties to Kennedy County. Kleberg is probably the next county we're going to go to. Of course, you know, the King Ranch already tested their horses. They're not an issue, but there's just a lot of folks down there that might be at risk. And so we'll put together a formal recommendation, evaluate it, but the rule that's you have for passage today will give the agency the authority to move forward with declaring a county or an area high risk. In this disease, in this instance, it's just specifically for pyro, but you've also got a rule on your proposal today which expands the agency's authority to just for cause. In other words, anytime the epidemiologist and the professional staff recommends for any disease, this is a high-risk area, the agency could require testing or could evaluate an area regardless of the disease. So for CWD and for pyro, you have rules that are specific to those. But after seeing those two and then coming back and realizing that, this is what you're seeing from this agency is we're more diverse. We're doing more things than we've ever done. We're not just a one-trick pony anymore. And so the rule that rule that's proposed to give the agency authority to designate a high-risk area will be generic. So if it's some foreign disease that we haven't even thought of or some other disease where we see a reason to do a community or an area or a county test, that is a rule for consideration today as well, and it's a significant rule, but I think it's, we need it. We're gonna use it right now in CWD on the zones, and we're gonna use it right now on the pyro, and for future CWD issues, this will give us the authority to quickly expand zones of high risk or concern rather than having to make rulemaking every time we have a new area. Dr. Vickers.
While you're on pyro, federal horses going on land in these counties. I've got all the Border Patrol horses in Laredo sector tested for Curo, but none of them in McAllen sector, and they had a special operation here a couple of weeks ago where they brought these horses up, went all over Brooks County, probably some into neighboring Kennedy County. But those horses, I got them to test them before they took them out. The rest of their horses still haven't been tested. They're having to spray these horses with, the tick force is because they got them down on the river and they're coming out of the tick zone. So anyway, what's your feeling on that? I mean, I think they're going to go ahead and get the rest of them tested, but.
Well, I'm going to contradict myself a little bit here. We don't believe that we have a widespread geographical problem of pyroplasmosis, tick-related pyroplasmosis spread in South Texas. So from that perspective, in theory, the horses shouldn't have pyro. But there are a number of ranches down there that have probably historically had pyro for a while. And our struggle epidemiologically is to figure out who's ever had a horse on these pastures, who worked here, who visited here, who played here. And so the county testing that we're going to do, almost invariably at some point we find a connection back after the fact to one of the four, I don't know how many ranches, Andy, do we think we have tick-related pyro on? About 4 or 5? But they're big ranches, and so what we're finding is that usually when we find a new case of pyroplasmosis, there was a connection to one of those 4 or 5 big ranches in South Texas. So with that said, should federal horses in the South Texas zone be tested? I would love to have them tested just for the surveillance. But the fact they're in South Texas per se does not put them at any higher risk than if they were in the Panhandle or they were in far West Texas, unless they were on one of those 4 or 5 big ranches. If their cousin works there.
Ranch is not letting them on. So.
Right, but there are a number. We have probably had a limited amount of pyroplasmosis in South Texas now for many years, and certain ranches that didn't know they had it. So one of the things we're going to evaluate in the Cleburne County area test is to try and get a handle on how much more of it is there. Because our concern is with hot pastures, with pastures that have a tick population that is now actively infected with the babesia that can spread it to other horses. Because we can help, in most cases, we can manage that once we're aware of it. So this leads me to what I hope is a good timing here is for the first time ever, Dr. Varner, the USDA veterinarian in charge, is going to have a spot on the agenda. And he's going to talk to you about fever ticks, border violence, and what's the other one, Kevin? Organizational change, yeah, sorry. So I would encourage you to, when Dr. Varner comes up here, because we've had the same discussion with him on his folks' horses, and they've actually tested some of them. So after rambling around here, what I'm telling you, Dr. Vickers, is just because those federal horses are in South Texas, they're probably not at any higher risk than any other horse down there. So I don't think we would want to require them to test, but we would love to have them tested just for the surveillance, because if they're in South Texas, there's a little more of a chance they've been on one of the ranches that has had a problem just because they knew somebody or they're from down there. But there's no real correlation to being in South Texas on the border with the risk of pyro, in my opinion. It's not a slam dunk. It's not a direct linkage, if that makes sense. And I hope I didn't
That's fine.
confuse
It's
you.
mainly a rancher concern too.
Right.
I mean, there's some real hot areas they need to go.
We would be willing to work with Border Patrol and other federal entities, and I think Dr. Varner would say the same thing as far as cost sharing or looking at the lab, the test. Would we love to have those horses tested? Yes. And would we be glad to help with that? Yes. On the other hand, that's a client of yours, so I always have to be careful that we don't volunteer to do something so I'll be glad to talk to you more. I'm not sure what you're wanting. I'm not sure exactly where you're headed with that, but we would love to have those horses tested just because we want the surveillance in South Texas. But I really don't think you're going to find a lot of pyro in that population of horses unless there is a linkage to one of these long-established ranches. And that's the problem down there. You can't figure it out. Even if you talk to the folks, they don't remember or they won't tell you, or it just doesn't connect the dots until we test their horses. And the last ranch we tested in Kennedy County, we thought we were finished. What did we find? 9 infected horses or something on a ranch. They didn't know that. They claimed they had no connection to any of the other ranches. Just found a hot pasture with 9 horses that belonged to multiple owners. And so the epidemiology of pyro is confusing in South Texas because of just the way it is, and it's a completely separate issue than the racehorse pyroplasmosis, which is a direct link to Mexican trainers and management practices and horses that were raised in Mexico from the time they were weaned until they were starting to run, just because that's the way it works.
Something, food for thought. I mean, I don't want to volunteer y'all for anything, but we have a partnership meeting, the ranchers, with the Border Patrol the last Thursday of every month. It's a great turnout. They have a lot of ranchers usually show up. And when the horse patrols came, they got up and talked. And of course, I interjected a lot of the information for them because, that's why they started testing to begin with for pyro. They didn't know anything about it. And so, but it was a big concern for the ranchers. And maybe if we could get maybe our area vet or somebody to come to one of these meetings, in the future to maybe talk about that.
Sure.
Because before this McAllen sector, these brought their horses up. I tested the ones that were going to be deployed out on this property, but there was a lot of ranchers that really were skeptical about it, and I think it'd be, rather than come from me, coming from
Absolutely.
an Animal Health Commission representative, it'd probably ease a little bit of their tension
Well,
on that issue. So,
Dr. Lansford, we have a regional director in place now. He has a place to live. He's
Good.
down there. He's starting to get trained, and so I can volunteer that he or one of our veterinarians would be glad to come talk, just coordinate with me the times.
they'll be coming back. This was the first time we've had the McAllen sector. The Laredo sector actually filters into a lot of our country in Brooks County, but
Okay. I'll commit to that. Absolutely. It's a good idea. The next section's on brucellosis. Dr. Premski will have more information for you on the lab side as far as blood testing and volume issues. I will say that, our projections of the revenue that we thought we would derive from brucellosis fees has not lived up to its potential, and it has impacted our budget projections, and we've actually had to lower our expectations in that regard. And Dr. Hughes Garza, I said Premski, didn't I? Dang it, she got married a few months ago. Dr. Hughes Garza will have more information when she comes up here on the lab issues. We do have a rule proposed that I hope is acceptable. I'm comfortable with the rule allowing inspectors, Animal Health Commission inspectors, to waive the tagging of cattle at markets for cause, basically for any cause. I think the wording says physical conditions. That can be they're old, they're weak, they're crazy, they're bighorn. If there's a legitimate reason that an animal cannot be safely run through the chute, either for the humans or for the animal itself, we're codifying what was already my expectation, that we would use some common sense in this regard. And so you will have a rule for consideration proposal today that just says Animal Health Commission inspector can waive a test with cause. And my expectations of that and our direction to our field will be You have discretion, just like you do at many other things at a market and in your daily job. You have discretion. Is that a wild hog? Is that not a wild hog? Is the test, does that word say 2012 or 2010, that you have discretion, and we want us to use discretion. We want to work closely with the livestock market ownership and management to make this a win-win situation when there's a need. But it's my expectation not to drive up to a market and have 200 cows over in a pen, and they say, well, those 200 cows are too weak to go through the chute. In most cases, we're going to be looking at individual issues, not patterns of certain markets are going to want to just say all these cattle are too weak every week. We're not going to go there, and I'm just going on the record that that's not my expectation. The rule, y'all passed a rule that enforced the concept that animal disease traceability is important. So this proposal is not a carte blanche to start waiving a lot of cattle from the tagging. It's to waive the cattle that need to be waived, and so that's the direction we're going to give our folks. And I don't want there to be any question about that. But I do concur with this proposal. I think it's a good idea. We should have just probably put it in writing to begin with, and I'll take responsibility for that. But in my mind, I already thought they had that. But because the rule that y'all passed is shall tag, this gives you an out. This gives us a legal way out if there's a reason to do that.
That's specifically
Commissioner
for
Rial.
cattle or?
This is cattle. Beef, cattle, adult beef cattle, dairy cattle. We already on a daily basis at the dairy sales, if you go to a dairy sale every week, our inspector's trying to figure out, well, the little old lady owns this one thing, they may go tag it just to make it work. Some markets reject them, some markets won't sell them if they don't have tags, some markets charge them. Sometimes we help, sometimes we don't. So this is only the dairy guys are already doing this on a monthly basis. And this is basically only for adult beef cattle. Bulls are a little high priority to be tagged because of our trick rules. So most of the time what we're going to be looking at is week-old female cows that may really be too weak to be put through the chute. If everyone's in agreement, we'll let them go. But I don't want this to turn into a pattern, or that defeats the point of it. So our struggle will be to work with our employees and market owners to make sure we're kind of all on the same page. I'm completely optimistic that this is going to work, and it'll be it's a good proposal and a good concession for cause. The ear tag rule, we're moving forward. I'm waiting on final approval from Texas A&M AgriLife Extension for their participation. Talked to those folks even yesterday by email about it, and we're very close to formalizing that partnership with AgriLife Extension county agents. Also, we're going to roll out our concept to the Veterinarians of Texas starting next week at the Southwest Veterinary Symposium, and we believe a number of veterinarians will also help us distribute free ear tags. And I do need to make one thing clear, and we probably got it ready to put out this week as all the acceptable permanent official identification methods that we're going to accept, and it's always open for amendment or reconsideration. But the free metal tags that we're going to distribute are not required. That's just if you don't have any one of the other ways to identify your cattle. That's a way to get free tags if you want to tag them yourself and not take a chance on having to pay a fee at a market. But we're working on a system to distribute free metal USDA tags to producers that want to tag their own cattle. So veterinarians, county agents, TAHC and USDA employees will all have those tags. We'll set up a system in the next 2 or 3 months online where you can go see who's the closest place with free tags. There will be some free tagging pliers, not a lot. I think we're issued 4,000 for the state of Texas, and we'll try and figure out a way to distribute those in a fair manner. And we'll move forward with it. And I've directed our field staff to begin to talk to their markets again, just to engage them on helping with problem solving. It's not our intention to tell a market how to comply with this. They're private business folks. We'll help them, we'll give them advice, but at the end of the day, there may be 10 different ways to accommodate the needs of the market, to set up the physical construction of the pens and whether they have a vet or not there and where they're located, what kind of cattle they sell and all that. But we're going to start making ourselves available for that now. And we're going to continue to identify partners to use free tags, and also hopefully we'll be invited, and we'll begin to message this at field days and at all the meetings this fall that our stakeholder organizations have. We're going to make ourselves completely available. Anytime someone wants a speaker, we will go talk to those folks and help make this as painless as it can be. And I just go back to the model of the dairy folks. I mean, it's not. We've been doing it now for 4 or 5 years. Commissioner Baumann, are there problems? Yeah. Are there growing pains? Yes. Has it been a major problem? No, it's not. For the most part, folks figure out a way to do that, and so we're going to move forward with that. And we also are planning on, I'll have another, as desired, either another face-to-face meeting or a conference call with our cattle stakeholder groups, just to make sure we're all on the same page on messaging and implementation of how to make this work. And so I'm making myself and my staff available at that, and we'll move forward with that dialogue very shortly as well. Border Port issues, as I mentioned, Dr. Varner's here, and I don't know why I didn't think of it 2 or 3 years ago. But he's our full partner on things. He and I talk every day, so I just put him on the agenda. So if you guys have questions about federal issues, the federal guy's going to be up here in just a minute. And so I'm not going to say a lot on Border Port issues right now, other than I continue to see our role, Animal Health Commission's role, is to facilitate the successful process and be a liaison between Texas industry and USDA folks. And also, it is our mission to enhance marketability, so we have some direct role in this, and I do want to continue to work on our non-regulatory functions, such as enhancing marketability. I see that as a win-win for the industry and for our folks, and so we intend to stay engaged in this and do as much as we can to help, whether it's at the border or anywhere in the state of Texas, with the marketability and helping folks make a living and be successful in whatever commodity we're discussing. So I'm going to let Dr. Varner give you an up-to-date. He was down there last week. He's been down there almost every week. I've been down there some, and I'll continue to go down there some, but Dr. Varner's going to give you first-hand knowledge on that in his talk right after Dr. Swartz. Moving on to next issue, cattle fever ticks, and again, Dr. Varner's also the day-to-day management of the cattle fever tick program in Texas, run by USDA Veterinary Service, and so he'll have an update. I did put one map in your book that shows you just the location of the current infested premises, and it'll help you when he's talking. And we're down from last year. We're down from 2 years ago. Whose credit gets that? I don't know. It could be the drought, could be the freeze from 2 years ago. It could be we're doing better management, but we've got a long ways to go. We still have 60 infested premises. We did have a fever tick committee meeting, a Texas Animal Health Commission tick committee meeting last week in Mission. It was a 2-day meeting. One day was on research. ARS folks of USDA gave us a great tour of all the research projects they're working on with ticks, whether they be resistant ticks or vaccine, or just better methods to scratch and dip and all the things they do. Dr. Vickers took time to come, and I want to thank Dr. Vickers for taking time to come down there, and he spent a day with the folks, and he may have some comments on that. Our tick committee meeting after the research, we engaged the group, we gave them an update on the program, and then we talked about a number of changes from policy to rule to statute that we thought we might need to make the program more effective. And it's my intention to move forward with that. The meeting was very positive, a lot of leadership there from the industry groups, and we need to, although we're making good progress here, Dr. Varner and I are both committed to doing a better job and actually getting the numbers down. Let's cut them in half from where we are now if we can, or even more. So he'll have more information on that. I do want to mention we're really excited that we are on track with our Texas tick vaccine research. They're starting to shoot side trials on a Texas tick vaccine any day now. Christmas that'll be finished, and we'll move to field trials, and then we'll move to production of the vaccine. And it's my goal, I'm optimistic that by late next summer we'll have a Texas tick vaccine that's going to be available to put in cattle in systematic zone and infested premises. That is one thing we need statutory enhancement on, though, because our law just says that we can require a producer to dip. We need to also have the ability to utilize all the new treatments, such as vaccines, the ivermectin laced molasses tubs, and all the new technologies out there, where our statute needs to be opened up. In my opinion, it's not my place to make it happen, but my suggestion is that our statute be evaluated to enhance, to recognize the success in technology and broaden the agency's authority to utilize all the methods of treatment and prevention that are available now, not just dipping, which actually this talks about just dipping in our law. So, and then that will lead most probably to some rules to be proposed for y'all to consider. And Gene let me know the other day, you can't propose a rule till you have a law, so we can't propose a rule in advance that says if you're in an infested premise or in systematic and we have a vaccine, you got to use it. It's my intention. It would be free. It would be provided at no cost to the ranchers. We have to wait to see if we get a law before we can pass a rule. And the truth is, most folks down there would use the vaccine anyway, but there's always 10% that won't do whatever, even if it's a good idea. So we do need to have some folks, appropriate folks, take a look at the agency statute to give us more authority on the new technologies that are available. And Dr. Varner will have more information. So vesicular stomatitis, this is a horse disease and a cattle disease and other species, but we see it most often in horses, but we're concerned in cattle as well. New Mexico's had a bad outbreak this summer. Now Colorado has some cases. Texas actually got a case. We had one case about 3 weeks ago, but it was a horse that came from New Mexico on a health certificate. Very current. Someone bought the horse. They didn't come to rodeo. They actually bought the horse and brought it home. They broke the VS. And luckily, because of the definition of epidemiology within the USDA rules, that's considered a New Mexico case, not a Texas case. And the reason that's significant is that there is a lot of export activity and focus on shipping cattle to other countries, one of which is Russia, to be specific. And if you have a case of vesicular stomatitis in your state, right now by Russian import rules, they will exclude cattle for up to a year. In other words, we couldn't send cattle for a year. And I'm going on the record saying this, that we have to do our best to prevent BS. The truth is, we really probably can't in any 1 year because of the nature of the disease, but this could impact some folks that are spending a lot of time and money to enhance Texas marketability of cattle to Russia. If we get a VS case by Russian rules, unless they change their mind, they're not going to take them. So we have to be careful about this, and it's important that we maintain an infrastructure of our folks. We have veterinarians do the foreign animal disease investigations, and our inspectors doing some road stops to catch these animals as quickly as we can to, again, maintain trade and enhance our marketability, specifically of cattle. So it's an important role of the agency that we want to investigate, we want to enhance. Tuberculosis, there's a rule for passage today. Basically says calf ranches need to be evaluated because they might be high risk for tuberculosis. We've created a form. I've shared it with Commissioner Bauma if any of the rest of y'all would like to see it. It's a very similar risk process that we do for swine, where we ask folks in the swine business every so many years, hey, if you had a wild hog come in, and, there's some risk factors. Do you feed garbage? It's a one-page form. It was harder than I thought for our field staff to actually figure out how many calf ranches are out there. We're still struggling with that. Part of it's a reflection of we don't have enough people to do all the things they need to do, so they have 2 or 3 days just to drive around and knock on doors and look for guys that might be feeding calves. They haven't finished that, but I think we probably, I don't know, I'm going to say we've got 100. I'm not sure how many we've got. In the Panhandle, there's about 10 big ones. Get down around Stephenville area, and there's a bunch of smaller ones feeding 100, 50, 500. There's some language issues, so we've got a list of 300 people that might be in the business in that region. I've asked them to get out there and figure out are they in business or not, but the truth is they haven't had the time and the people to actually finish it. But we're going to start using this form if you pass this rule. We're going to start using our staff. I'm going to turn our staff loose soon to begin to use the form. We'll start to immediately realize there needs to be some refinements made. We'll start to realize there may be things we didn't consider. But we do want to move forward with this because I think if you talk to any of the state animal health officials in the United States who know about TB, they would tell you calf ranches is most likely where the rubber hits the road for transmission of this disease. It's the one place that you just can't get your hands around the interaction on a daily basis, especially the smaller ones. The bigger ones are on top of their game as far as identification and record keeping. But these smaller ones that are buying 5 calves every week at the dairy sale, they're orphaned and 3 live, and they throw them in there and they bottle feed them, and then they wean them, and then they sell them. And their cousin takes 2, and he starts his own calf ranch. It's really hard to figure it out, but we believe there is some risk there, and to protect the Texas cattle industry, not just dairy, but beef and cattle and dairy industry, we think we at least need to talk to these folks on a regular basis so we know who they are, if nothing else. So that's a rule for your proposal. Dr. Schwartz will have more information. We're continuing to investigate the source and the trace outs from the known infected beef herd near San Angelo, and Dr. Schwartz will give you an update on that. We have not found a source to date or found any other infected herds. Chronic wasting disease, there's a number of folks in the room here for that, and actually I thought there'd be more. They're coming, so they know what time am I supposed to finish up. So anyway, yeah, this is a big deal, and this is an important issue for Texas, for our economy, our hunting industries, our folks that raise cervids, and you know, I'm very proud to so far from the Animal Health Commission's involvement in what is a complex and difficult and truthfully kind of an unknown. There's some things we don't know what we're going to do or should do. We're trying to figure it out. I believe our rulemaking and our discussion and our science-based decisions and our common sense decisions that we're pulling together in partnership with our stakeholder organizations, with Texas Parks and Wildlife, with the veterinary community, so far so good. But there's a lot of things, and Commissioner Winters was probably going to, I think you'll pontificate at some point today about a lot of this, but a lot of that thick packet in your book is related to new deer rules, not amendments. These are entire new chapters on rules. You've got some rules to pass, if you remember from the last meeting, just on some specific zones where they found CWD and mule deer in far west Texas. But beyond that, since the last meeting, with the federal rule finally coming out for chronic wasting disease, which is basically saying if you want to play, here's the national rules that you have to play by for us to guarantee that we'll consider your state okay. And so, did we have a good program in Texas? Yes. Does it need some refinements? Yes. And we're waiting on these rules. Some of the rules are fine. Some of the rules are completely incompatible with staying in business. And so we're going to have to, you know, the industry is actually going to have to, each person in the deer business is going to have to decide, what do I want to do with myself here? Do I want to sell out of state? Do I want to sell in state? Do I want to sell in state? Making a living? Is this a hobby? You know, is it a tax write-off? They're all going to have to figure out how they interact with these rules. And the truth is, we may end up with a more complex set of rules at the end of the day than we have now. I think it's more important than ever that we take comments and listen to the comments, not only the folks in the room, but maybe folks who have never been to a commission meeting before. They're going to engage with you individually and us as an agency. For the most part, the proposed rules are mirroring the hardline USDA rules. And truthfully, the USDA rules that came out, there's some things in there that may be over the top. There's some things in there that might be scientifically valid ideas but are incompatible with being in the business. But rather than after the working groups met a number of times, there's a joint working group with Parks, and then there's an Animal Health Commission Cervid Health group. The consensus was, let's throw these rules out here for the most part exactly as USDA proposed them, and let's take comments, and then the commission can make modifications to the lesser degree based upon those comments. And as y'all know, you can come back, and Gene has some ability to soften a proposed rule after comments. You can't make it harder, but you can make it easier. And most of the issues we have with the federal rules they were probably too tough in some areas. So it's entirely possible. I think it will happen. There will be some changes. These rules will be modified. And the ones that aren't modified, then the folks in the deer industry, the cervid industry, just gonna have to decide how do I work with this. There are some things in here that unfortunately we're pretty much obligated to address. The issue of red deer and cyca in our inventory status programs, we weren't really quite ready to do that yet, but since the last meeting, we know red deer are susceptible species. The federal rule came out and said red deer are a susceptible species, and so you're going to see some language in here addressing red deer and cyca and hybrids, pulling them into the program similar to elk. Elk are already in the program. I was legally able to change our interstate entry requirements between meetings When we saw that there was an infected red deer herd up north, we immediately changed our entry requirements to require red deer, sika, and their hybrids to undergo the same evaluation, epidemiological evaluation and review of their records that we already required for other cervids, other susceptible cervid species. These rules go beyond interstate rules. These rules also that you'll have are also addressing movement within the state of Texas for red deer and sika and their involvement in certification programs. They are susceptible species.
Is that like a 5-year plan, like?
Yeah, and I guess they're going to have the same requirements as elk.
Is.
It's going to be just like elk. We're just adding words red deer, sika, and hybrids in there. And were we quite ready to do that? No, to be quite honest. Do we have any choice? I don't think professionally we have any choice. We would be criticized, and it would almost be unprofessional to not have brought this to the table for public consideration and your consideration, because we know they're susceptible species. So it is what it is. You're going to get some comments. You're going to get a lot of comments. I think we'll get a lot of written comments on this over the next little bit. And so I just, again, say this is what we do. We're here. We're open and honest and fair, we hope, and we're transparent. And bottom line, we're professional and scientific and ethical. And so we have to gauge all those things and put them together and come back to what I've said at the beginning. We do want to enhance marketability, and we want people to be in business, but we want to be healthy. And so that's y'all's charge to consider that, duly consider that. You know, politically, there's lots of things out there. I'll just say my position all along, and I think Chairman Rouse has the same position here. We're fully employed now with what we do, but if it's determined that we need to enhance our agency's involvement in cervid issues, we do have the staff. We're professional. We're scientists. We're veterinarians. We have the expertise. We know how to do these things, and we'll be glad to do them. We're not soliciting any extra work, but if the powers that be choose the commission to enhance our involvement in cervid issues beyond where we're at now, we'll be glad to do that, with the caveat that I don't have enough money and staff to do it. And so that's a whole other issue. But just philosophically, we're here to serve, and if folks that are in charge want us to serve more, we'll do it. And if they want to leave it the way it is, hey, we'll move on in that regard too. So that's my position, and I'll let Commissioner Winters or Morales, if they want to say more on that at any time, they can do that. Any questions on CWD? If not, that's a lot of stuff coming there. I'll finish my report by just saying I had a number of waivers, more than normal, a lot more than normal, as you can see on the last page. There were 3 trick waivers, a TB waiver, a pyroplasmosis waiver, an EIA waiver. It's just a reflection of the diversity of the agency. And it's the best thing about this job is it's never boring, because you have no idea what's going to happen when you show up at work. The hard part is it's a challenge to be competent, professionally competent, and make good decisions. I hope I've done that. You can see there I had an EIA waiver on some horses trying to come out of Kansas. We didn't have grass and water. They were owned by a veterinarian, and they'd been tested 13 months ago. And our rules say negative testing in 12 months, and I let them come on in, and she promised to get them tested again after she got to Texas. Trichomoniasis, a number of waivers for movement of animals into the state that I consider to be at no risk or very, very low risk for treatment. At the end of the day, it's still a control program. At the end of the day, it's a program. Here's 2 bulls going to a semen collection facility where they're going to enroll in the CSS program, which meant they had to be tested 6 times anyway. We let them come on in without a test to start that testing. They'll take them home if there's a problem. 15 Beefmaster bulls were sold at a special sale last week in Colorado, and they went to a number of owners in Texas, and they were tested on pool samples. And as I mentioned, unless someone protests, we're going to start accepting pool samples tomorrow anyway and get the word out. And so I just said we'll start last week with these guys because they asked. And it was a big, large bull sale, and it was going to be a problem for them to retest them on a non-pool sample, and just wasn't worth the trouble, so I approved that request. We let 1 bull come in. The guy had a ranch in Oklahoma and Texas, and we let him bring his bull back to his ranch in Texas to be tested for trick. That's a fairly common request for a waiver. TB, we had some dairy cattle that had a 66 negative day test, and our rules say 60-day test. And so my answer was, if the dairyman that wants to buy these is okay with the 66-day negative test, I'll let him. And the guy said fine, and he took them, and so I'm waiving their entry requirements requiring a 60-day test. Equine pyroplasmosis, we had 2 infected horses in a pasture. that also was on the same pasture with some other horses belonging to other folks, and the owner said, can I move them down the road where there's no other horses but my own, so we can start to clean this pasture up? And we looked at that and agreed that it was low risk, and they were isolated, and so we pulled those 2 pyropositives out of a pasture, and then we'll begin to work with those folks left on that pasture to change the status to where eventually we can be assured there's no ticks in there with pyroplasmosis on that pasture. So I waived our rules. Basically, I moved some quarantine animals. I'll stop there. We've got a lot of things on our plate. Again, I'm proud to be here, and I hope myself and our staff are doing a job. I'm proud of our staff. They've been working very hard, and I'll just leave it at that. But it's all good. We're happy to be here, and we all love our jobs.
I have one question. You're going to allow pool samples on an infected herd, but it has to come through you, get approval? I'm talking like 200.
This is a pop quiz. I'm having to think what the
200 bulls.
So our samples require, so our rules for quarantine herds require 2 negative tests. So would we allow 2 pool tests? I can't remember if one of them has to be non-pooled. Originally, one was pooled and one was non. I don't know. Let me look that up.
I didn't mean to
But the
be
truth
bad.
is that here's the deal about pool samples. The science is showing that pool samples are within a couple of percent is just as effective as a non-pool sample if they're handled properly and they're pulled at the lab. So can you pool samples on the 2 tests? I think so. I don't really have a problem with it. I mean, anybody that's testing for trick is trying to get rid of the disease, and I think the answer is yes, but let me double check.
Well, the last test, they only had 2 positives. But we're fixing to test them again.
Now, the thing about a pool sample is if you're pulling 1 to 5 and you find a positive in the pool, then you got to go back and run an individual test on all those 5 bulls. But when it's done at the lab, they still have the original pouch. So the sample is collected individually on each bull and they're sent to the lab. And then the lab aliquots out a little piece of 5 and puts it into 1. So when they find a positive pool sample, they're going to go back and run individual samples on all 5 in that group. And they should find the positive. So I think the answer is yeah, we'll accept
But you
it.
can submit the 5 that you select to be in the pool.
Yes. I guess if you tell a lab, pool 1, 2,
Because they're coming out of different pastures, you want to make sure you got.
I think that, well, the real answer is you need to work with the laboratory, but I would assume that if you tell them how you want to pool the samples, and you're their client, and you're hiring them to run your test, they're going to accommodate your needs. Because at the end of the day, you can go somewhere else if you don't like what they did. So my answer would be, I would assume that it should be okay with the lab. You'd have to clearly communicate the way you want to pool based on where the bulls are located.
Do we have a motion to approve the report of the executive director?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the actions of the executive director for the period from June 5, 2012 through September 18, 2012.
We have a motion second to approve the report of the executive director. Is there any further discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Dr. Schwartz, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'll try to keep my remarks brief. I think we have a lot of presentations to cover this morning. I wanted to start off by talking about tuberculosis. At your previous meeting in June, I told you about a beef cattle herd in Polk County, just north of San Angelo, that where TB had been diagnosed in a whole animal, a cull cow, taken to a slaughter plant. We followed up with that herd. It's now been depopulated with federal indemnity. Given the limited federal funds that are available to depopulate, it's not an automatic thing anymore that a herd will be offered a buyout. So they did USDA did an analysis of how many positive animals we had, how much it would cost to test the herd out versus depopulating it. And the decision was made to offer the owner depopulation money, and we took it. So that herd has been removed. I mentioned before that the strain of TB, the genetic fingerprint of this particular organism, looked like the same strain that they had in Minnesota and some deer and cattle there. So we were a little bit concerned that we have some Minnesota cattle come to Texas and start an infected herd. And we've not been able to find any link at all, any cattle movement between those 2 states. But granted, we were not able to trace every single animal because we still didn't have original tags in it. But some with some further work that was done at the laboratory, that the genetic sequence was worked out. And it indicates that those two organisms, the Texas organism and the Minnesota organism, probably had a common ancestor, but there's enough differences genetically that they don't believe it's a direct link with that Minnesota herd. So that was, that tells us it probably wasn't connected to Minnesota. It doesn't tell us where it came from. Yeah, as Dr. Ellis indicated, we don't know the source for sure. But the herd is depopulated. We tested neighboring cattle. There were just over 400 head and 7 herds tested. Those were fence line adjacents across the road, those herds at risk. One of the fence line neighbors has grazed some Mexico origin cattle in previous years, and his cattle tested negative, but we still, I guess that's circumstantial evidence that may be the source of TB in this case. We did look at wildlife in the area to try to rule that out as a possible reservoir. We looked at feral swine and deer in that area, and Commissioner Winters was out there with us to help, and we looked at coyotes as well with the help of Wildlife Services, and did not find TB in those animals, so that was actually a relief. So that herd is progressing well. We have 2 herds that are possible source herds for those animals. They were bought 8 or 9 years ago, and so we've traced back that far, and we'll be testing those herds as possible source cattle. A second investigation, completely separate, is the Lone Star pack trace, and I just call it that because we don't know the herd of origin of those cattle. I told you about this situation last time as well, because the animal was slaughtered but no ID was recorded, and it could have been through 2 sale barns, 2 buyers who put together cattle from multiple sale barns in Texas and Oklahoma. So Oklahoma's working their side of the issue, we're working ours. We thought we initially had 18 herds to test in Texas. We realized or found out through investigation that 2 of those were actually the same. I mean, just different, sold under a different name from the same herd. So we had 16 herds to look at. 6 of those have been tested. Another 6 need to be tested. 2 of them are lined up this week, actually. And then the remaining 4 herds sold out. So we'll have to decide, do we track those cattle now that sold out from a potential herd or not? So we've got some decisions to make there yet, but work is progressing there. Before I leave tuberculosis, I don't have it in my notes here in my report, but I just want to tell you, I've been looking at the number of TB cases found at slaughter. And this calendar year, we've had 21 already, which is about twice as many as we had last year altogether. 2 of those 21 I just talked about. They're beef cattle, native origin. The remaining 19 are fed cattle cases. So we're seeing a jump in those cattle from Mexico with links to Mexico origin cattle. And we sort of predicted that. It kind of follows how many cattle get brought across the border. You know, when there's a big rise in the number of imported cattle, then we see a rise in the number of TB cases about a year later when those cattle come through all the feeder channels. So it's not a surprise, it's just a little bit of a concern. So I won't spend, this is probably the first report I've ever done in my 22 years with the agency to not talk about brucellosis any more than this, but other than, that's a success story. So I'll just say that Dr. Hughes Garza will do a report on our laboratory later. Dr. Ellis touched on this before. So I'll go on to my next topic, and that's enhanced passive surveillance. This is a pilot project that we're working with USDA. It's a different way to try to detect disease by observation of cattle at livestock markets primarily. But we're going into the 2nd year of this project, and we're going to expand it a little bit. We're going to look at having travel an additional inspector to markets that might have received cattle from the border area where they might have fever ticks. So we're going to do some enhanced tick inspection, and we're going to make ourselves available to ranchers who want to voluntarily have their cattle scratched, who think they might have an issue, want to make sure they don't have a fever tick issue. So we're continuing with that project. My next topic, trichomoniasis. Dr. Ellis talked about this in some detail, so I won't plow that same ground, but I did want to share with you that out of this, so far this calendar year, there have been almost 18,000 bulls tested in Texas. just over 300 of those were positive. So that gives us just a test positive, test prevalence of about 1.7%. So if you think back a couple years, those initial numbers were in about 3%, 3.5%. So it at least appears it's having some success, although I'll qualify that by saying it's not a scientifically valid analysis, or we haven't tested, it's just pure test prevalence. So, but it looks good. I say this, I would agree with what Dr. Ellis said. This is I think a model of a successful program between the agency and industry. Going to, Ben, are you cutting me off? Going to swine, we're monitoring the H3N2 variant situation. This is a strain of flu. H3N2 is normally in the swine population, but this particular strain has incorporated a piece of that H1N1, the pandemic strain from 2009. So we've got a regular swine flu strain that now has a pandemic portion in it, and actually is going from pigs to people. And there are 10 states now that have reported positive there. So we'll just be on the lookout, put out some cautionary words as our show season kicks up, just to have folks on the lookout there. Going to equine piroplasmosis. I'm pleased to report that that's the South Texas Ranch, and you've already said it's all, just say the name, King Ranch. All the positive horses that they still have all been treated now. So they either were euthanized or treated. And so out of 162 positive horses, 86 of them have now gone negative following the treatment. So over half of them have been, for what we've been able to determine, have been cured of this disease. And that's good news. And we will report on this at USHA, and we've asked USDA to recognize these horses as negative and be released. So we'll see how they respond to that request. But it's encouraging to deal with the disease for a change that we can actually cure or seem to have a treatment for. As Dr. Ellis already mentioned, high-risk testing in Kennedy County. We have reason to believe that there might be some other exposed horses there, not necessarily connected to the ranch. In the Sarita area, and there was a kind of a common pasture there. I've told you about that before. We had 9 positive horses out of about 50 tested there, multiple owners. So we expanded that. We tested all the horses in Kennedy County, just over 100. And as Dr. Ellis said, they are primarily large ranches there. So out of the 103 additional horses we tested, we found 9 more positives. And you think, well, that's 9 out of 103. That's 9% positives, but actually, those 9, 8 of them were on one ranch, and 1 was on another ranch. So it's sort of in pockets, as Dr. Ellis said. Some individual ranches have affected populations. So we'll continue with that analysis of Claiborne County, or a portion of that county, and test that probably as high risk. As far as switching to sheep and goats, I haven't said this in several years, but we actually have a trace from a scrapie-affected flock in Indiana. It was a ram that came to Texas, and we're doing the genotyping. If it's the resistant kind, then it's fine. It's a safe animal. Yes,
Let me ask you a question on that, because scabies has fortunately been well under control, but we're seeing now with this one coming up and this surge in hair sheep numbers. Are we treating these hair sheep along the same lines as we do the Rambouillet, the Suffolk, or other species?
We're following the national guidance on that. I mean, the surveillance, and that's been a really responsive program. I mean, they almost to a fault. I mean, with every new development in science they follow it, and every new discovery they try to, in this, as you're mentioning, other populations that might not be sampled. And so every year they make a shift to try to sample new populations. And some of those hair sheep, there haven't been many cases in them. So is that because they're resistant? They just haven't gotten exposed, or we just not testing enough of them? I don't know. You bring up a good point there, and we'll sort of follow the national lead on that. But we're able to meet our surveillance numbers in the state through the slaughter testing and all of it. Primarily, it was in black-faced sheep for a long time, but now they're shifting some of the testing to goats as well. So
And this, just as a suggestion for you and Ms. Ramirez, this is something that we want to make sure that our public education system is keeping those producers up to speed. Because by and large, most of these folks really do want to cooperate, but the new species that are coming up and the new changes, sometimes it's hard for Bubba in the pasture to capture the newest news.
Duly noted.
We're actually, she's working on a scrapie release right now just to give an oversight of the national program. Probably come out in the next week or two. We just kept pushing it back because we had current events. But we're actually going to put out a scrapie release in the next few days. Probably next week, because this week we're going to put out a trick release tomorrow based on the rules they're supposedly y'all are going to pass here in a little bit or propose. But also just FYI, we're anticipating USDA is going to release some enhanced scrapie rules for goats, which is going to actually that's going to impact us because we have more goats than anybody else. So I think you're going to see some changes in the scrapie goat requirements. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're saying by the end of the year there'll be more rules on goats related to scrapie, and of course we'll have to do a lot of education in that regard as well, because the last 2 or 3 cases nationally in scrapie they've had have been in goats, not sheep. And so they're not as susceptible to sheep. The prevalence is lower, but the truth is if they're going to eradicate scrapie in the U.S., they're going to have to get out and get rid of it in goats, and they need a little tighter rules. So be watching for that as well within the next 6 months.
I certainly appreciate that, and I thank you and Ms. Ramirez too for staying on top of this. We're seeing so many of our new ranching and ranchette people coming into this industry that don't have generations of background in agriculture, and there is some confusion. Is a Dorper or a St. Croix a sheep like a Rambouillet? Well, some of these folks don't know the difference between a Boer goat and a Rambouillet ewe, so it's understandable that we do have to stay on top of our educational process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I did want to mention that, that we have had 3 different lab confirmations of anthrax this year. 2 of those were in sheep flocks. 1 was in just wild deer, free-ranging deer, and it's in the expected part of the state where we have annual occurrences almost in that area. So not a big cause for alarm. Those individuals just vaccinate agency and industry. Going to Ben, are you cutting me off? Going to swine, we're monitoring the H3N2 variant situation. This is a strain of flu. H3N2 is normally in the swine population, but this particular strain has incorporated a piece of that H1N1, the pandemic strain from 2009. So we've got a regular swine flu strain that now has a pandemic portion in it, and actually is going from pigs to people. And there are 10 states now that have reported positive there. So we'll just be on the lookout, put out some cautionary words as our show season picks up, just to have folks on the lookout there. Going to equine paraplasmosis. I'm pleased to report that that's the South Texas Ranch, and you've already said it's all, just say the name, King Ranch. All the positive horses that they still have all been treated now. So they either were euthanized or treated. And so out of 162 positive horses, 86 of them have now gone negative following the treatment. So over half of them have been, for what we've been able to determine, have been cured of this disease. And that's good news. And we will report on this at USHA, and we've asked USDA to recognize these horses as negative and be released. So we'll see how they respond to that request. But it's encouraging to deal with the disease for a change that we can actually cure or seem to have a treatment for. As Dr. Ellis already mentioned, high-risk testing in Kennedy County. We have reason to believe that there might be some other exposed horses there, not necessarily connected to the ranch. In the Sarita area, and there was a kind of a common pasture there. I've told you about that before. We had 9 positive horses out of about 50 tested there, multiple owners. So we expanded that. We tested all the horses in Kennedy County, just over 100. And as Dr. Ellis said, they are primarily large ranches there. So out of the 103 additional horses we tested, we found 9 more positives. And you think, well, that's 9 out of 103. That's 9% positives. But actually, those 9, 8 of them were on one ranch, and 1 was on another ranch. So it's sort of in pockets, as Dr. Ellis said. Some individual ranches have affected populations. So we'll continue with that analysis of Clayburgh County, or a portion of that county, and test that probably as high risk. As far as switching to sheep and goats, I haven't said this in several years, but we actually have a trace from a scrapie-affected flock in Indiana. It was a ram that came to Texas, and we're doing the genotyping. If it's the resistant kind, then it's fine. It's a safe animal. Yes, yes.
Let me ask you a question on that, because scabies has fortunately been well under control, but we're seeing now with this one coming up and this surge in hair sheep numbers. Are we treating these hair sheep along the same lines as we do the Rambouillet, the Suffolk, or other species?
We're following the national guidance on that. I mean, the surveillance, and that's been a really responsive program. I mean, they almost to a fault. I mean, with every new development in science they follow, and every new discovery they try to, in this, as you're mentioning, other populations that might not be sampled. And so every year they make a shift to try to sample new populations. And some of those hair sheep, there haven't been many cases in them. So is that because they're resistant? They just haven't gotten exposed, or are we just not testing enough of them? I don't know. You bring up a good point there, and we'll sort of follow the national lead on that. But we're able to meet our surveillance numbers in the state through the slaughter testing and all of it. Primarily, it was in black-faced sheep for a long time, but now they're shifting some of the testing to goats as well. So.
And this, just as a suggestion for you and Ms. Ramirez, this is something that we want to make sure that our public education system is keeping those producers up to speed. Because by and large, most of these folks really do want to cooperate, but the new species that are coming up and the new changes, sometimes it's hard for Bubba in the pasture to capture the newest news.
Duly noted.
We're actually, she's working on a scrapie release right now just to give an oversight of the national program. Probably come out in the next week or two. We just kept pushing it back because we had current events. But we're actually going to put out a scrapie release in the next few days. Probably next week, because this week we're going to put out a trick release tomorrow based on the rules they're supposedly y'all are going to pass here in a little bit, or propose. But also just FYI, we're anticipating USDA is going to release some enhanced scrapie rules for goats, which is going to actually that's going to impact us because we have more goats than anybody else. So I think you're going to see some changes in the scrapie goat requirements. Andy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're saying by the end of the year there'll be more rules on goats related to scrapie, and of course we'll have to do a lot of education in that regard as well, because the last 2 or 3 cases nationally in scrapie they've had have been in goats, not sheep. And so they're not as susceptible to sheep. The prevalence is lower, but the truth is if they're going to eradicate scrapie in the U.S., they're going to have to get out and get rid of it in goats, and they need a little tighter rules. So be watching for that as well within the next 6 months.
I certainly appreciate that, and I thank you and Ms. Ramirez too for staying on top of this. We're seeing so many of our new ranching and ranchette people coming into this industry that don't have generations of background in agriculture, and there is some confusion. Is a Dorper or a St. Croix a sheep like a Rambouillet? Well, some of these folks don't know the difference between a Boer goat and a Rambouillet ewe, so it's understandable that we do have to stay on top of our educational process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I did want to mention that we have had 3 different lab confirmations of anthrax this year. 2 of those were in sheep flocks. 1 was in just wild deer, free-ranging deer, and it's in the expected part of the state where we have annual occurrences almost in that area. So not a big cause for alarm. Those individuals just vaccinated their animals and just destroyed the carcasses properly, disposed of them properly by burning, and we're back in business. So, switching to my next topic, poultry, I just want to mention regarding influenza. In the past several months, we've worked with the Poultry Federation, Texas Poultry Federation, the diagnostic lab folks, with Dr. Barner's Veterinary Services to overhaul or review our low-path avian influenza response plan. And the reason that's important is if we have that plan in place and are following it, then USDA will make indemnity funds available should we get avian influenza outbreak in the poultry operation. So that's an important step, and we worked with those other entities and made some revisions to that plan, and we're awaiting USDA approval. We've also been monitoring the avian influenza outbreak in Jalisco, Mexico, which affected millions of birds there. And fortunately, we're far enough away from that and don't have movement of birds or products, at least legally. So we have been faced with that, but we're monitoring it. And it's a completely separate incident. Over the last month or so, there have been a number of dead doves being discovered out in the Midland area. And Texas Parks and Wildlife biologists have investigated those, and in the wildlife portion, and sent some samples off. We think it's a paramyxovirus, which can affect pigeons and doves and poultry. It might actually be two viruses. So, and there was actually some reports of a backyard poultry operation that had some death losses. So we sent a foreign animal disease diagnostician out to take some samples and see if there's a connection there. The concern would be we don't want to get a disease going in the poultry operation that's already out there. The doves are dying off in about a 50-mile area out in the Midland area, so that's not good for us dove hunters. We're concerned about that too, as well as the backyard birds.
Dr. Schwartz, one thing to make note of, we're coming into the time of the year with all the millions of birds that's been killed in Mexico. The cooler weather now, AI can really raise its ugly head, so just
You make an excellent point. That probably is a message that we could get out and work on getting out as well, is that, to be on the alert, and Poultry Federation can do that as well. Especially with a little bit of rain we've had and cooler season, that makes the flu virus live longer. Good point. My last species to talk about are the cervids. Dr. Hill has talked to you at some length about CWD. Two significant events this year. One is the discovery of CWD in free-range mule deer in the Trans-Pecos. The other is USDA passed their the CWD rule that we've been waiting on for a number of years. And as Dr. Ellis indicated, now they've added a new species of animals. The red deer and the sika deer are known to be susceptible now. So as he had indicated, we've written our rules to meet the federal interstate movement requirements with the intent of taking comments, and we can soften those rules if we need to help the industry cope with that and still be able to stay in business. As Dr. Ellis mentioned, the Texas Animal Health Commission Cervid Health Working Group met in August under Commissioner Winter's direction, and we considered input from the production side and from other regulators on how we should respond to the federal program. And all of those comments have been captured, and we intend to accommodate them as we can. So between now and December, when the federal rule goes into effect, we'll have a chance to talk with the USDA and see how they interpret some of those particular rules, and make our Texas program compliant. I guess I just want to mention some topics of concern that were raised by our Cervid Health Working Group Committee, is that the requirement in the federal program for a physical inventory of those animals in the program every 3 years, and that means verifying every ID on that animal. And that's an extreme difficulty. In fact, over half of the white-tailed deer breeders don't have facilities, I'm told, to actually handle those animals, so they wouldn't be able to participate under the federal program if it's interpreted that strictly. There was also some concern over allowing substitution of samples from an another herd under the same ownership, but a totally separate herd, and that just didn't hold water with the group. It's also a reduction in test eligible age from 16 months to 12 months, which would increase expense to the producer. And there was considerable discussion about that, but we feel like USDA will hold hard and fast to that 12-month requirement. There's also a strict definition of what commingling means, and that's going to be a hardship on some folks who trade and move these animals about. So brokers and sales and all of it's interpreted strictly, so we'll have to work through those issues. And the last thing I didn't mention was the issue of the federal rule requiring separate working facilities, so that they can't share a common working pens. And as you guys know, those things are expensive to build, and also we'll have to work through that as well. I did want to mention that the very first red deer herd that was diagnosed with CWD, and it was in Minnesota. We received 92 animals from that herd over the last 5 years. We traced those animals. About 2/3 of them went to hunting operations and were dispatched fairly quickly, so we think that's a low-risk situation. About 30 of them exactly, are maintained as a breeding herd, and that herd is under a herd plan. It's actually, because of the long incubation of this disease, they have to be under a total of 5 years monitoring before they can be completely released. And that owner has gotten the genetics he wants out of that herd and may just get what salvage he can through slaughter rather than go through another 3.5 years of being under quarantine. So we're working with that. The last thing I wanted to mention, and this is not disease specific, it's just all disease. Just want to make you aware that we're working with USDA and an Irish company called Trace First. We've got a contract to provide a new database. This is the USDA-based new database, and we're making a transition now. It means a lot of work internally, but I think the end product will be good. And basically what we hope to gain, it'll store the herd information and tag information like the current database will, but it will also enhance our ability. The good thing is it'll enhance our ability to work with electronic CVIs, so they comply with the federal traceability rule when that does come out. And the last thing is it'll allow us to administer a LID system, a location identification that's Texas specific, and so producers won't have to register their premises with it. Basically, it's a way to, it says location, but it's really to locate the individual who received those tags. It's not to locate the animal. So as Dr. Ellis said, well, we'll capture who gets issued tags, and we'll put them in the system. We'll be able to hopefully be able to trace them should we need to. So, Sharon, that concludes my comment.
Well, I'm sure we'll come back to you at some point as we go through these items one by one. So, Andy, thank you, and again, we'll ask for questions later. It's my pleasure to recognize Dr. Varner. For those of you who do not know Dr. Varner, he's relatively new to the area. What, a couple of years now?
It's been 3. You wish.
Oh my gosh!
It's been 3. It's been over 3 years.
Well, I must say you've been a great addition to us, and we're a team. Consider ourselves a team, and your transparency and your work ethic, we really appreciate it. And we still want to try to blame you on as many things as we can when we get in trouble, so just be prepared.
That's why.
Commissioner, I appreciate it. And I appreciate this opportunity, Commission members, to give a brief report from USDA. I'm going to cover, and Dee and I talked about this, and Dee asked if I talk about ticks, ports, and our reorganization within USDA. First thing on ticks, I think the trend lines are encouraging, okay? And that's a two-part story. The first trend line is just overall number of infested pastures. While they remain high at historical levels, we've dropped considerably in the last several years. In August of 2009, we had 157 premises that were infested. In August of 10, we had 107. August of 11, we had 109. And this year, August of 12, we're at 64. That's the first part. So the trend lines are good, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that. The second part of that story is the distribution. Of those 64 premises, 51 are in the permanent quarantine zone, and 13 are in the free. And of those 13 in the free area, the vast majority are just on the other side of the road, okay? You've got your quarantine zone, you've got Highway 83, and the premises right on the other side of the road. So it looks good, and that's our stated purpose. Our stated purpose in the program that we've been adjusting and tweaking over the last 3 years is to push this tick back to the river and fight it at the river. I want to just talk about two technologies that are part of that process, and I think are really the kind of technologies that can really change the fundamental kind of nature of this program. One is this ivermectin tub technology. We are now bringing into, we are initiating our third pasture that we're using for the FDA approval, okay, for this company. And this is a very complex, when you move these products out to the field, under the FDA, where we take all sorts of measurements, and it's a very complex kind of a thing, and we're bleeding animals, and we found 3 cooperative owners, and we're making that happen. This summer, though, we're moving on another front with these tubs. We made our first bulk purchase from the company, and we're moving these out under another authority called Investigational New Animal Drug Authority. And there are fewer strings attached, and we can start to get that impact of that product, because everything we've done in the field has been extremely encouraging. I mean it kills ticks, okay? So what we're doing with this under the INAD is moving into infested pastures, into adjacent pastures, into exposed pastures. We're offering it to owners. I mean, this is a tub that you not only worm your cattle, you get a protein and everything else. So most owners like it. The downside of this technology is there's a 48-day withdrawal, so we have to work very carefully with the owners. So so what we're doing under the INAD is we've got a different approach. We do a front end when we get on that pasture, and we treat those cattle the normal way, Pumafos, okay, spray box or swim bath. At the same time, we put the tubs out. As soon as there are no ticks, we scratch and there are no ticks, we just back away. We put those guys on a 60-day scratching interval. And if I'm an adjacent herd, I put you on a 90-day scratching interval. What we hope with this technology is we're going to get more and more people who want to keep cattle on their property and not vacate. Just make it easier to work with the owners within the program, because we know that this program works better the more cattle we have out there. So that's the tub technology, and that's we're moving. We've got a bulk purchase, and we are putting these tubs out throughout areas of Stark County is where we're starting. The second thing Dee mentioned is the vaccine. The vaccine, with Texas Animal Health Commission, with the Texas Animal Health Commission's help and leadership, we brought this Gavic vaccine in to this country, and it really opened our eyes to the possibilities of vaccine and how we can use it in this program. One hurdle we couldn't get over is working with a company that makes this product in Cuba, okay? I mean, our regulatory staff likes to go in the plants, see what you're doing and how you're making your vaccines. And we just couldn't do that in Cuba. And so we were encouraged by the possibilities. Dr. Ellis, the commission, everybody's backed this and pushed it. And we've found a tech. Is that, you guys can still hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Okay. So what's happened is we found a company that is partnering with ARS. One of the problems we've got with the ticks vaccine is we're very small. You think about if we target the permanent quarantine zone, we're talking about 11,000, 12,000 head of cattle. There's no company in the world that's going to build a vaccine for us, because they can't make any money. But ARS found an international a national pharmaceutical company that's going to build us a vaccine for our program in Texas. At the same time, they're going to partner with ARS to build a vaccine that they're going to be able to, that's going to be an approved vaccine they're going to be able to sell to the world, okay? So it's a win-win for all of us. We've got a really aggressive timetable to get this out there, and just to restate our vaccine vision that Dee and I have, is what we'd like to do is work with every herd owner in the permanent quarantine zone, vaccinate those cattle, every year. We scratch them, we put IDs in their ear, and we vaccinate them. And what we're in effect doing is making that river wider and deeper, it'll be harder to get across. Oinaga, Presidio, closed it. That's our number 2 port, southern border, okay? We have Santa Teresa, number 1. Number 2 port, it accounts for like 24-25% of the animals that cross the southern border from Mexico. That, we closed that port 4 times this year. We decided, you know, from Jerry Dick, John Clifford on down, decided that that's untenable. You can't. The import industry depends on some predictability, okay? Closing that port, it's a mess. So what we did, we own some land there. We built a facility for Presidio. In fact, we charged the temporary VAT on Monday. We're ready to go. We're operational. We've got everything in place. We have a facility that we project that we're targeting. We can run about 2,000 head a day through that facility. We're going to decide in the next couple of days, because we've got 2,300 heads sitting in Oinaga pens wanting to come across. And we're just letting Washington decide whether we're safe enough to go to Oinaga, or we're just going to punt and start inspecting at Presidio. So that's the 5, you know, we've got 5, so in essence, our 5 ports now, we've built facilities at all 5 locations on the U.S. side of the border. I'll just talk about the opposite trend. When we first did this, we told the industry, when it's safe, where it's safe, people will go back to Mexico to inspect. That's what the industry wanted. That's what the Texas cattle industry wanted and wants. And that's what the Mexican cattle industry wants. So the guys in Nuevo Leon, the Cattle Union, found an opportunity. And they built a $10 million facility at Columbia Bridge. And I don't think just D&I in this room have been there. $10 million facility at Columbia Bridge. It's beautiful, okay? Wonderful facility. We test drove it last Thursday. We found some problems, okay? This is the way they built this facility. The chute doesn't work right. It took us 3 hours to inspect 70 cattle. So, you know, what we generally try to get is anywhere, you know, when we're running with 2 chutes, you know, we're in the 180, 200 animals an hour range, and it took us 3 hours to do 70 head. So they're going to tweak the facility. We also found some issues with on the safety side that they're going to correct. And we're thinking in our head. I just talked to Bert Healy, my boss, yesterday. About 3-4 weeks out, we'll be back. They have to have some time to fix this. I think you probably all have seen that there are a lot of news articles about our veterinarians, you know, on my staff that are unhappy with going back to Mexico. We're working through those issues. I think long term we have a plan. We have a plan to address them, but it's just going to take some time. You know, it's always we believe that Nuevo Leon, Columbia Bridge location, what deer comes across, it comes off, bites one of these vaccinated animals, dies. We're going to see fewer infestations, and when we find infestations, it can be easier to deal with. So that's just around the corner. We're talking about next year having a vaccine that we'll be able to put out there. The vaccine, just in general, the one we have today works the best on annulated ticks, okay, and that's from basically Columbia Bridge or north of Laredo out to Del Rio. It doesn't kill Microplus, the tropical tick, as well, but it does still, the studies show, you can look at the graphs, the studies, the vaccinated cattle, Microplus ticks feeding, it lowers their ability to reproduce. I'll move to ports. You know, Andy talked about a number of lesion animals we're finding at slaughter. And this is why, in general, this is why directly. 2010, through our 5 Texas ports, through August, we had imported 448,000 plus animals. That's 2010. 2011, 591,000. This year, 2012, we're at, through August, 768,000. So, you know, we're basically double what we were just 2 years ago. And one of the interesting things is we're on track to almost, we're tracking towards 1 million animals through those 5 ports this year. But we saw this collapse in the industry, really, in prices, you know, with the corn price increases. We saw a collapse in July, man, just like overnight it dried out. And so, but you can see we've got lots of activity and lots of animals that were imported from Mexico for feeding. Previously, in 2010, you know, we all know we closed 3 ports. We set up a temporary port on the side of the border, Pharr, Laredo, and Eagle Pass. In 2012, that was kind of quiet for a long time. We just ran with the 3 ports over here. We still went across Acuna. We still went across at Orinada. Well, this year, that started to unravel. We pulled out of Acuna earlier this year, and we, with the help of Texas Animal Health Commission and actually in cattle industry in Texas, we were able to acquire the old TDA pens in Del Rio. We revamped those guys and we're operational. It's a safe location for us to operate. And unless that changes, we're going to operate there. So, any questions on that?
They had 10 Devils Friday at the bridge in town.
They had what, I'm sorry?
10 Devils?
Well, see, and here's what happens, and this is what happens, and I tell folks, you know what we do, I mean, it's a mess, okay, we all know that's a mess, but you know, the reality is that you know, we tend to blend that whole border, and you go to that Columbia Bridge location, you find it is different, it's unique, you don't even leave, you know, you don't even leave the port of entry, okay, you pull through, and there's an Army garrison there, and you take a right turn and go the road, and these pens are attached right to the point of entry. And the only way through is right by the Army base, and you have to pull into the point of entry, and everything's got big fences and brick walls and everything. But you have to pull into this facility with the intention of going up there, and you can only one way out. And so, you know, what we think it's safe, but you know, again, that's one of those arguments, you can never win that argument, right? Because your guys tell it, you know, our guys are telling us, well, it's not, my guys that work for me are saying, well, it's not safe. Well, I can say it's safe as long as, you know, but you never know, right? I mean, you know, it's like,
Obviously, the Mexicans are putting a lot of pressure on you, right?
Well, no, it's not. You know, I mean, let's think of the industry. In the industry, everybody, okay? So, the industry, I mean, not the, we said when it's safe, where it's safe, we'll do it. We think we've got that location.
We appreciate you're in a tough position, and we appreciate that, so.
I didn't actually expect.
You don't need to go any further.
Okay. I expect these guys to find it. Okay, final thing.
Thanks.
Reorganization. Our reorganization, USDA for a number of years now, John Clifford's been committed to building an organization that's more flexible, going forward. We talked about VS 2015, these all different terms. We've got it now. We're moving towards a 4-pillar organization of veterinary services. 4 pillars: science and technology, and that's one pillar. Another pillar is admin. The 3rd pillar is movement and marketability. The 4th pillar is surveillance, preparedness, and response. So you have 4 pillars. We've got a very aggressive timeline that I think is already slipping, but the latest I have is September 30th. They have a plan that's been submitted within the government, and the January 1st implementation. The impact for Texas is pretty severe from the standpoint of our import ports, our ports and our import-export group in Austin, opposed to marketing, movement and marketability. Most of the personnel stay with surveillance, preparedness, response, the TIC program, the field BMOs. Most of my staff stays with the surveillance, preparedness, response. And then we have to figure out a way of sharing resources, because these port guys go on vacation and they get sick, and you can't shut down a port just because it's on vacation. So the resource for backing up those ports is still the surveillance, preparedness, response. So again, it's gonna be fairly dramatic internally. I don't think industry-wise, there'll be a lot of changes. I mean, you won't see a change. A lot of my staff won't see a change. It'll be just.
Well, you can talk about who's in charge of the ports on January 1.
Well, we don't know actually. Here's the crazy,
Not him, right?
right, I won't, so we'll see. But we'll internally, I think, again, it's mostly going to be the industry. The industry will not see a change.
Okay. Go ahead, Coleman.
I want to reiterate, Dr. Varner, what Chairman Morales said. We tremendously appreciate your common sense approach and your leadership, and I think you have been a tremendous asset to this part of the world.
Thank you, Dr. Varner. We had a audit subcommittee meeting this morning. Chairman Simmons will give that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning, we approved the January 24th meeting of minutes. We had a cash receipts and fee processing, a follow-up audit on our information system, follow-up audit on our public information, and an approval of the audit plan for the 2013. And let me say, I appreciate Mr. Mundy Rufus's firm and the way they work with our staff. Matter of fact, our staff brings up some of the stuff that they want to be audited, which I think is very well. And what we found through all the audits, if you want to have some interesting reading, just have at it. But to finalize it, there was very few things that they found. They were very minor, and I can tell you our staff works very closely with them. And they're, according to Mr. Rufus, everything looked very well. We did approve the audit plan for the 2013, and so it was a very good meeting this morning. There were just no real big issues that came up. Everything that we're in compliance, and there's a few minor things like password changes and stuff like that that they're working with. But other than that, the audit went very well. I will say that he started with, I believe, Region 7, 5 years ago? 6? Something like that. And so they made full circle. So we're starting again, and we've got a pretty aggressive audit plan for 2013, which is in your book. So with that,
Do I have a motion? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We approve the audit subcommittee report. Is there any discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Is Dr. Hughes Garza?
Hello.
It's easier for me to pronounce that name. Welcome. Thank you.
You can just remember it. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
For letting me give you a brief update on what our laboratory system is doing. This summer has been busy for us. As I'm sure all of you know, we're 3 months into collecting fees for some of our laboratory services. We've actually been working with the auditors, following that subcommittee report, and trying to refine our lab side of the fee collection process and make sure that we're being efficient with that, and that everything's correct when we send it out. And we're still working through that process. And I will say that I think our administrative staff in the labs has done a really good job. We're still working with the same small group of admin folks that we had before we started charging fees and using a new software system and electronic reporting of our results and all that. So they've done a really fine job of working through all of those changes. We have been training some of our lab employees this summer. We had some folks go to TIC school to improve their TIC identification skills. And then we had one of our laboratory technicians go to Ames, Iowa to get trained on the G1 pseudorabies test so that we can start running that. We've now got 2 people trained to do that test and are up and supervisors to quality management training in Ames, Iowa. That's part of our National Animal Health Lab Network requirements, is we have a lot of quality management that we have to do, and so we needed to get some more people trained on that. So we have, Dr. Varner mentioned the ivermectin tub feeding that they've been doing with the fever tick program, and I guess some of their work has gotten a little bit ahead of what the NVSL lab in Ames can actually run when they're trying to run assays on whether the blood levels of ivermectin are high enough. And so we've been working with them to help process and store some of the samples in our ultra-low temperature freezers so that they can run those when they're able to. That's what USDA's been doing. We have a new USDA cooperative agreement to, since we're now able to run the pseudorabies testing, we're going to be running some high-risk samples for pseudorabies. Dr. Schwartz is still working on, epidemiologically which samples we're going to be running to maximize our use of that cooperative, but we're getting ready to start working on that. We're also participating in a pilot project with USDA where labs are receiving PIN tags, so premise ID tags for swine. When we get samples in that we're testing, they come along with these tags, and we record the tags and submit those to USDA. And we've actually had, from our lab, we've submitted about 400 tags since we started the pilot program, and USDA basically does the work to try to trace those back to the premise of origin. The ones that our lab has submitted, none of those, as far as I know, have actually come from Texas premises. But we did have, we've had 28 tags that have been traced back from other plants, and there's 3 other states, I think it was Tennessee, North Carolina, and Iowa, that found tags that trace back to Texas. So we're continuing to send them tags. And the last thing I'll mention, I guess, is our sample volume. We're continuing to keep an eye on that with the changes since we haven't had mandatory first point testing, and then again when we started charging fees. We continue to see a drop in the sample volume for our market and private veterinarian submissions. We're averaging about 10,000 samples a month that are eligible for fee collection. So the majority of those are brucellosis tests from markets or private vets. So those that we're collecting $1 for. So that's the volume that we're at right now. It's actually been pretty steady since from June to August. We've seen about the same sample volume each month. So. And then the only other thing on sample volume is Dr. Schwartz mentioned the TB work that they've been doing. So our lab does the interferon testing for TB. So we've had quite a few samples coming through from the herd tests that they're doing. So that concludes my report. Unless there are any questions.
I just want to speak up. I want to thank Dr. Hughes Garza for her leadership. The lab kind of ran without a leader for a while, and she's really stepped up and brought them back into the fold, because they're kind of, we've got our field staff and our Austin staff, and then the lab is like the third island of folks in the agency. And I want to thank her in front of y'all for bringing them back into the fold and communicating and providing leadership and professionalism with that group. And we have great lab systems, and it's been challenging times for them. So I just want to thank you, Holly, for that. You're doing a good job.
Well done. Thank you. Next. Amanda, with emergency management. Thank you. We're going to try to get you some help.
Please. Good morning. My name is Amanda Bernhardt. I'm the emergency management coordinator for the agency. Thanks for letting me visit with you all today. Just to start off, September is actually the height of the Gulf Coast hurricane season, and we've been really blessed this year that it's been pretty quiet compared to years past. Also, despite the rains that we received last week, and we're thankful for that, it's been a drier than normal year for the state. Better than the previous year, but still very dry. So not only are we in the height of hurricane season, but we're also about to enter into our critical wildfire time. So in preparation for that, for any disease or disaster event that could affect the state of Texas or our livestock industry, THC, emergency management staff, and field staff have continued to work to improve some of our response initiatives and keep some things plans up to date despite needing some help. So some of those activities include working to keep our plans, such as our animal response team plan that we developed for Hurricane Ike, up to date. Updating our response resources. One particular thing that we've struggled with is covering some of our emergency management obligations that we have through the Division of Emergency Management. And one of those is staffing disaster district committees. And often during localized disasters, our personnel get called in to be the advisor on that committee to say, this is where some resources are located to assist with any animal issues that arise. And with this kind of pared down, it's a struggle to cover those positions, but we think we may have it worked out through our really dedicated field staff. July was a very busy month for us, so about the next 3 topics will cover things that we did here in July. We worked with the USDA partners to hold our initial National Veterinary Stockpile Planning meeting. The National Veterinary Stockpile plans are logistical plans that we would follow during a foreign animal disease outbreak. I will give credit to Dr. Hughes Garza. She disappeared on me. She took that initiative when it started a couple of years back, and we're finally beginning to see her work come to fruition. The next step in this planning process is to select dates for a 2013 actually full-scale exercise where we'll actually test those plans out. In July, our personnel deployed and participated in a statewide exercise where we simulated a deployment due to a mutual aid request to another state. This exercise required us to coordinate with multiple agencies, work through several response scenarios. We incorporated ourselves into the statewide emergency response structure when they sent a whole group of Texans to another state to respond to an issue, and it made us work through the emergency assistance request process, which is important. We hadn't been through that request process yet through another between states, so that was a very important step for us to take. In July, we also worked with USDA Veterinary Services to have an exercise where we worked on coordinating how our agencies work together during a disaster response affecting livestock in the fever tick quarantine zone. And a really important byproduct of this is that we included local emergency management planners, and we were able to educate them on the potential resources and issues that they might have to deal with during some sort of disaster event, and where stray livestock or displaced livestock might come out of the fever tick quarantine zone. And they knew that they were under quarantine for some reason, but they didn't honestly understand everything about it. And I think that's one of the best. It was well worth that day to make sure they walked out of there knowing this is what this is about, this is who you contact, and this is how we all work together to handle issues that might come up. We also, and we're really proud of this, introduced our first horseback response team. There's been just a flood of interest in response to this team and this next step in enhancing our response capabilities. These horseback responders will be used to manage and handle displaced livestock as needed during disasters. The next steps that we'll take in order to cultivate this team is to provide additional training to our personnel. We always want our personnel to be the most professional and highly trained, highly credentialed folks out there doing their job, whether it's in their daily work or it's in disaster response. In that light, one of the most recent trainings that we provided is we were able to send 3 or 4 of our personnel to what's called a technical large animal rescue course. And we now have 7 people trained in our agency with this course. And I want to work to find more opportunities for our personnel to take this course, because not only is it good for disaster response, but it flows over into our daily work. If our guys get a cow down in a chute, how do they safely, for themselves, the people around them, and for that producer's livestock, get that animal out of that situation? And lots of times our guys are called in to help with truck wrecks on the interstate. How do they safely, for our personnel and for that producer's livestock, manage that situation? So I want to find more opportunities to provide this course to our field staff. And as I said a minute ago, we now have 7 folks, so 1 for each region, who have been trained in that, and we're going to seek out more opportunities. My last note is that during Hurricane Isaac, we worked out a communication process to coordinate interstate movements for livestock that were displaced after the hurricane. And we plan to use this this in other situations as well in the future. It's important to ensure that people and livestock can get out of harm's way after disaster, but not at the expense of endangering the health and safety of our livestock and our livestock industry in Texas. So we're happy to have a procedure and protocols developed that'll allow us to track and monitor what's going on when we have to do this. Does anyone have any questions for me?
I have a quick comment, mostly for the public. By and large, the general citizenry of the state of Texas doesn't understand the important role that you personally play and that we as an agency play in disaster response as lead agent. You are doing a magnificent job. Your predecessors did. Your staff, seeing how it's just you, give your staff one big out.
I fire myself often because I'm an idiot.
But the steps that you're taking with the leadership that you're getting through the rest of the staff, not only is good for the state of Texas for the animals, but it's good for the commission too, because it does give a public view that every one of our instructors and inspectors and staff members really do care, not just about doing our job, but taking care of all of the animals and all of the citizens throughout the state, whether it's agriculturally related or not. And for that, you need an attaboy. Your mounted horseback response team is a marvelous coup. Not only will it be an effective tool to use, but gosh, Bonnie, you sure can make hay out of this. So I want to thank you very much, all of y'all that are involved in this and doing it, because you get short shrift sometimes for the important role that you play. And I want you to be recognized. Thank you very much.
That means the role. Thank you very much, Commissioner Winters. Thank you. I just like to think that I'm blessed. I grew up ranching. My husband and I ranch, and I think I'm blessed to be able to serve the industry that I grew up in. So thank you very much.
You do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you all very
Well,
much.
go figure, Commissioner Winters stole my thunder. I got to see Amanda at work. I had the pleasure of going to the inspector workshops and got to watch them going through scenarios of what could happen, and the preparedness is really the key, and we need to try to get you some help. You've been doing a wonderful job, and thank you. And it was an eye-opener to see that. Those are things that happen behind the scenes that we do as an agency to help protect the public, and your work is well appreciated. Okay, thank you, Amanda. Sammy? We're going to go through the administrative budget report. Sammy, Chadley? Chadley. Yes. Welcome. You've been here a few months, and this is your first official presentation, so welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The first item, item 9, is the administration budget status report. I'm going to be brief for that report for fiscal year 2012. Basically, we finished the year on a positive note. We're going to, we have about $270,000 that's rolled forward to fiscal year 13. Our initial budget estimates for fiscal year 2013 show that we will have approximately approximately $750,000 positive balance at the end of the year. Now, about 56% of that balance is for capital items, basically is dedicated for either vehicle purchases and or information technology items. So overall, we are doing well budget-wise. Are there any questions for this item?
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the administration budget status report as discussed today.
We need a motion from a commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the administration budget status report as discussed today.
Got a second? It's been moved and seconded. We approve the administration budget status report. Is there any discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The next item is the approval of the agency's legislative appropriations request. Basically, I'm just going to go over a couple items there. As Dr. Ellis mentioned, we had our joint budget hearing, which went pretty well with the Legislative Budget Board and Governor's Office, House Appropriations Committee, and Lieutenant Governor's representatives. For the legislative appropriations request, I just want to point out a couple of things. We are asking for exceptional items in the amount of about $2 million per year and 11 FTEs to accompany that exceptional item, those exceptional items. Another item is there's a 10% reduction plan that the Legislative Budget Board and Governor's Office is asking all agencies to provide a plan for. We did provide that plan. We're looking at about $1.3 million reduction. Again, this is just a plan, and if it comes time to ask for it, then we can divert from this plan and basically try to find the money however we can. Basically, the LAR was submitted according to LBB instructions, Legislative Budget Board instructions, and Governor's instructions, and we're pretty much good to go on that one. Are there any questions?
Sure, I'd like to make a comment. We want to try, as everybody knows what happened to us the last legislative session. We understood what we were up against. I think we were somewhat surprised where we ended up. Our staff has done a wonderful job dealing with what they were dealt. There's some plans that Dr. Ellis and I have talked about, and we're going to attempt to be more transparent with industry, because we need industry support on our budget. We need industry's help to help tell our story. We as commissioners can do the best we can, but bottom line, we need industry support, and we plan on some meetings between now and the session starting to get a game plan to try to explain what we want, why we need it, and where it's going to go. So the request has been made. We've gotten good feedback, but I'm here to say that we're going to reach out to industry probably more now than we ever have before. Thank you.
There is a motion, Mr.
Do
Chairman.
we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the legislative appropriations request as discussed today.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the legislative appropriations request. Is there any further discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The last item is the consideration of and possible action on agency contracts and purchases. Basically, we have two contracts for your approval. They're basically routine contracts. They're for software. $15,000 for one and $30,000 for another one. No surprises there. So that's good. There's a motion to accompany the process.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the contracts and purchases request for the period from June 1st, 2012 through August 31st, 2012.
Been moved and seconded. We approve contracts and purchases from June 1, 2012 through August 31, 2012. Is there any discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Chadley, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gene, we're at the item 12, consideration and possible action on regulation proposals. The way I like to handle these is we go through each item. When we get an item that has comment, once we are in that particular item, before any action obviously is made, that's the time I'd like to cover the comment. Right now, the comment requests that I have on my desk are for one specific thing. So when we get to that specific topic, then we'll ask for comment.
Excellent.
Okay?
Y'all ready?
Proceed.
Quite a few rules here, variety of them, some big, some little. We're going to start off with just a little one. What this is chapter 33. It's our fee chapter. I created it once we started doing fees. However, I had historically, we had the certificate of veterinary inspection fee that I had in another chapter for cleanliness and put them all in the same. I'm just moving it. Not changing the fee, not increasing, not doing anything other than moving it from chapter 59, where it's currently located, to 33 as a cleanup.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose amendments to Chapter 33 fees located in Title 4 Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. For the move that notice of proposed amendments be published in Texas Register for a 30-day comment period.
It's been moved and seconded. We approve item 12A, Chapter 33 fees. Is there any discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
All right, the next chapter I bring to you is chapter 35, brucellosis. This follows up on the previous amendments we've done for change of ownership for identification purposes. As Dr. Ellis alluded to, what this was doing was trying to build in some regulatory discretion on how to handle wheat and counter animals in markets regarding identification. So basically, as you can see, it adds as an exception to the ID requirement that our personnel may exempt them, and if so, where they end up going, which is to slaughter. And so, are there any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 35, brucellosis, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second. Been moved and seconded that we approve item 12B, Chapter 35, brucellosis. Is there any further discussion?
Is there a time frame on these animals that are not tagged?
Dr. Ellis?
Would that be a consideration?
What do you mean?
I mean, after that animal's gone to the auction barn or the place where they're supposed to be tagged, is there a period of time when that animal needs to be removed or gone to slaughter, or does he just say that animal recovers and just gets up and?
No, we're not, no.
You're not gonna get that
No,
specific
we're
on
not
it?
gonna get that specific. If there's a reason why they can't be tagged, it's okay. But that was my point originally, is I don't expect this to be a large percentage of animals. They need to be really old, really sick, really wild, some physical reason why they can't be tagged, and we'll accommodate that. And we're not gonna follow up at that
Well,
level.
you know, and the industry should probably acknowledge this. There's always a couple of these guys hang around the sale yard and buy these weak animal stuff and take them home and try to rehabilitate them. So anyway, that's my point.
We'll start off, we'll walk before we run. Let's just see how this, we want to work with everyone, so we'll just try and make this work for now.
That is our intent, to work with everybody. I've talked to Dr. Ellis. We're in agreement to proceed with the implementation process between now and the end of the year. We've always, if something arises and we have to tweak some things, in my opinion, this amendment is not substantive enough to hold up the implementation. So Dr. Ellis has a full intent to keep working with industry and move forward with this. So if there's no other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the next chapter I bring to you is chapter 38. This is the trichomoniasis. This is what Dr. Ellis had talked about also in his report regarding the task group,
Working group.
the working group, thank you. The working group that meets annually to address these issues, and these were the modifications that they identified to make the program work more succinctly and to address certain issues and concerns that have been identified over the year. The first one that we did is in definitions is using pooled samples in certain situations. It allows a little more cost effective, more pragmatic in certain things, and so that was one. The next issue we did was in 38.2 was because some folks will buy non-tested animals and may take them and feed them out to go to slaughter and stuff. This was to recognize that type of activity, but allow them also to take them back and get them retested, which it wasn't earlier, so that they can sell that animal, provided it has a test. So it was building into that. The next issue came up was 38.3, dealing with infected herds. One of the things is we do use a VS-127 to move infected animals, but it also we had our own permit for non-infected animals, so it's just broad in that category to capture the fact that It's not just a VS 127 that they may use. We may just use a trick permit that would send them to a holding facility because they don't have the so that's what that was intended for. The next issue that we added to this that came up, and I guess this does come up, I don't know how often, but when a veterinarian will actually find himself through diagnosis of a fetal tissue or a female cow after the fact trick, and this would, because the program's been focused so much on bulls, it's just recognizing that this identified a problem. So with it, it would engage the rules, so that you would restrict those animals in testing to bulls if that becomes a issue.
So you're saying if I pull an afterbirth out of a cow when I'm palpitating it, and we can identify a trick, that herd?
Yes, that's the way I understand it. This one I was going to defer more to the vets.
I just did that yesterday.
This happens about, that we're aware of, just a handful of times a year, but I mean, we've ignored it in the past, but it's common sense in my mind. If you know the cow has trick, the herd has trick, and so we should treat it like we would an infected bull. The working group discussed it, and they all just agreed, well, yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, you know they're infected, so we're going to deal with it.
There's something else, food for thought. How about cows that were bought in a sale in Colorado and they show up positive?
Well, I mean, if that happens, I guess, if that happens now, we would tell the other state vet. We would notify the state of origin.
And here's another what-if scenario that I've just been confronted with here recently. A guy bought 8 cows in a special sale out of state 2 years ago. 2 years ago, his bull herd was completely negative, and then here recently he's got 4 positive. That's the only animals admitted to the herd. So.
Well, we're not doing tracebacks right now, and we are resuming our contacts with neighbors and doing some mapping just to do some basic informational. The group is not wanting to pursue the next level of regulatory oversight of the trick program, which is actively tracing known or suspected exposed or infected animals. And with our resource issues, we can't really do it anyway. So for at least the short term, we're not going to do that. But we don't have the people, is bottom line. But also, I don't think Commissioner Locke can speak up, but I think we wanted to make sure the program was well-founded and was on its feet before they took the next level. And so far, no one's really wanted to do that.
Cows are probably bringing it in as fast as we're doing this program. We've got infected cows coming in.
Well, we're no longer going to turn our back on known infected cows. That herd has trick, and so we'll treat it. That's what this proposal would do, was acknowledge that, hey, you got an infected cow, you got trick in your herd, we need to deal with your bulls.
Any other discussion? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments of Chapter 38, trichomoniasis, located in Title IV of the Texas Administration Code as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register for the 30-day period, comment period.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve item 12C, motion. Chapter 38, trick. Is there any further discussion?
I just mentioned it's kind of unconventional and unusual, but I feel a little bit of obligation to do this mainly because we really intended to get this on the last meeting for proposal, which meant this passed today. But we're going to go ahead and put out a press release advertising these changes now, and tell them that the Texas Cattle Industry that we'll accept pool samples and the change in the interstate entry rules. And we were going to do it sooner, but the diagnostic lab needed a little more time. So Dr. Haregrove, y'all are folks over at A&M have all been told, and so there's not any surprises. But so we're going to get the word out later this week and pretend that this has already passed, because I think that's the intent of the industry, and I have not heard anybody that won't pass this in the next meeting. So it's an unusual action, but we're going to go ahead and accept these ideas.
Pooled samples now.
Pool, correct.
If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item D, I would suggest that,
I explained some of this.
yeah, I hate jotting down notes, but I jotted down a couple of notes and mainly that I'd like for you to address, Gene, that being that we're mirroring this off the federal rule Is the federal rule a final rule, or is it under comment right
Still
now?
under comment, but it's going to probably be final. And what we passed around to y'all was a cheat sheet that shows the existing Animal Health Commission rules, the proposed federal rules, and the third column is actually kind of the consensus discussion that's gone on to date that may or may not be reflected in the rule proposal, but it's kind of the intent and the understanding of the industry and Animal Health Commission folks to now. So you can refer, as there's going to be some comments about specific parts of this. Feel free to look it up while they're talking. You can kind of see what's going on. But the federal rule, Gene, is December, with the exception there's one part that's affected.
Well, it's-
Yeah, go ahead, I'll let you explain
The
it.
certification programs, understood they adopted after the finish the comment period in August. However, they still have the interstate movement requirement for 5 years, which they've held off on their evaluating comments. The goal is to put it out in December.
Okay.
I will note, this does more than just that rule, though.
Okay, but the other thing I'd like clarified, that you maybe discuss with us, is I've heard talk of looking at things that are maybe less stringent than the proposed federal rule. Number one, is that possible? How are we going to deal with this as we go through this process? I want to make it very clear that our intent is to go very cautiously and really study this hard and be very, very open to industry. We want our deer industry or cervid industry in this state to maintain its profitability and to continue to be a viable and important resource and industry in this state. So I want to make sure everybody's understanding the correlation between our rules and the federal rules. So take that and run with it.
Okay. Well, I do want to step back and say, because this rule is doing more than just the federal rule and the herd certification program. It's doing a number of things, so you'll hear a variety of issues I do think come up here to discuss.
Okay.
And just stepping back, as you're well aware from going back into June, we had a CWD positive in Texas, which really changed the landscape, and we'll have a proposal to adoption today on a region out there, high-risk zone. The second thing was we had a red deer, as Dr. Schwartz indicated, that was positive, came to Texas. Now, changed our entry requirements as well as to reassess our elk program, which is a surveillance program. And then with that, the third thing is the feds put out their rules going, here where we go. With it, there was a lot of issues. We've convened our task group on that, had discussions with them. This is an area where there's a lot of activity and discussion. So this rule package, this chapter is doing a wide variety of things in response to all those different events and activities. What you see in front of you right now is starting with the federal CWD monitoring program. We've had a program since its inception back in, I believe, 2001. Dr. Baca wrote it. You can see through the strikeouts that's what it was. It was pretty simplistic, but it kind of modeled that program, and that's what our herd certification program has been based upon. With the federal rule being put out now and being adopted by them for certification purposes, we're now making changes to model their program and meet those standards and requirements. One thing that came up in our discussions with the task group, some of these changes in the program do create hardships on some of the industries, or at least questioning right or wrong, which does create that an interstate program is one that meets the federal standards, the high risk reduction standards to move versus an intrastate. There's been a lot of dialogue on that. And what exactly does that mean in terms of how much leverage or change is there in that regard? So I will tell you what I bring to you in terms of herd certification. I'm here off the federal program. There's a number of issues incumbent inherent in it that go to the discretionary activity of how we verify and inventory and all that. That it's not spelled out, but in order to meet the federal standards, that's what those are things. And we discussed it particularly on physical inventory. That was a hot topic because the federal rule requires that a herd have all of its animals literally physically inspected and both identifications verified every 3 years, which for deer, elk, and some other has caused some areas of concern to whether or not they can meet that and do that. The next issue that they had some concerns with was regarding make-up tests. The federal rule provides that if you're not able to, you have an animal die or escape that you can't do it, you need to sacrifice another animal to provide that test sample. That's another area where you'll hear some discussion, debate regarding the impact on an inter versus intrastate program. Last big issue kind of discussion is they've lowered the test eligible age from 16 months to 12 months, which probably means that there's going to be a lot more mortalities or testing opportunities that could be, so it's increasing really what you need to be doing and monitoring it in a much higher vigilance in terms of ensuring that you're able to do those tests. So now with that, I'll just walk you real quick through what each chapter and section does. So and then with that, we can take comments. The first section is our standard definitions. And, I've taken definitions that follow the federal ones as appropriate and incorporated. Ones I'll point you to of interest, a certified CWD sample collector. This is something there's been a lot of discussion in because right now, a veterinarian or an approved person, for the agency, parks or us, would take that sample. But this is looking at maybe trying to broaden that and train folks to be able to do that. That said, there's some work right there on our end in terms of being able to make sure something like that can be successful. But that's something the federal program provides. As such, is something that we put in there for comments and stuff. The next thing, as you can see, is the commingling, which has this is a definition which the feds have, which also too brings about a fair amount of discussion and concern. I can imagine that USHA, where USDA will be talking on these, you will get a lot of discussion from the Texas delegation on these things and the impact. And the CWD exposed animal. Follow that. The susceptible species, I can tell you, is one I created trying to deal with. In Texas, we do have an interest in a situation with the resources of the state in whitetail and mule deer versus the private property interest on elk, and trying to make sure I had a definition that covered and did it. The next one in was herd definition, changing that to meet the federal standard. Same with limited contact. Animal identification. These are all ones that I did take from the federal rule to follow and mirror it. The next section is 40.2. This is our general requirements. This is literally how they handle trace outs of suspect and exposed animals. To be honest, it was pretty close. I just did some tinkering here to fit either time frames, moving testing down to 12, moving the hold order, moving the time frames up to 5 years, 60 months. And then using some of the terminology, making the changes to fit what the new rule would say versus what the old one had. 40.3, this is actually where you'll see the herd status program. So you can see what's struck out, that's the program as it's been since its inception in 2001. With that, what I did was basically put together the framework of frankly how you do any type of certification program, from enrollment, what you need to be doing, indicating like if you have a separate herd, what's necessary under the federal rules, using the terminology for herd statuses that fit that, using their language and stuff, following their identification requirements. The record keeping would be appropriate for these kind of programs. And then two, also recognizing the fees, as well as how one would handle loss of status or being removed from the program. This follows the federal program also. With that, the next thing comes up, and this is another issue to be aware of too, because I imagine you will get some comments on this. 40.5, this is our traditional elk surveillance program. This is a program that came into being several years ago. There was some legislation that was put through to provide that elk need to participate in this program. Now, that said, it's been going on for a number of years. They've been doing it. However, all of a sudden now with the inclusion of cycad and red deer into the susceptible species, this now puts them in the same boat as with elk. And simply speaking, this was literally just intended to reach out and embrace these new susceptible species and hybrids, because this is an area where there is, to make it conform to what the elk have to do. So this is one I will imagine there will be a number of comments or issues and concerns. The last thing in this one, and this is Dr. Ellis had indicated, one of the things I did with the PYRO program that I've now brought to you for the CWD is, as you're well aware with the rule, we'll see for adoption, we have a high-risk zone out in West Texas, the Trans-Pecos area. That said, to be more flexible and be able to do this at a quicker rate, I've done just like the PYRO, allowing the executive director, if we get a CWD positive somewhere else, for him to be able to set up and establish some high-risk zones to be able to immediately address these concerns without having to take the long-term impact of the rule process. So, that is something that so I put that in there too. So, Now, with it, you may have questions, you may want to go to comments.
Well, I think right now we'll go to some comments because the web is really intertwined.
Oh,
And
yes.
with that, I'll ask Mitch Lockwood with Texas Parks and Wildlife, who's available for us here today. If you'd mind, Mitch, would you like to say a few words? And we'd appreciate you being here, and we may ask you some more questions throughout this process. But would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. I am Mitch Lockwood, Big Game Program Director for Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. And I really came here today to address any questions y'all might have. I'll just let y'all know that where we are in rural development process associated with chronic wasting disease. You may recall that we had proposed rules back earlier in the summer. I believe it was June. And we were intending at that time to seek commission adoption in August, but since then, after subsequent meetings with our CWD task force, of course working with this agency, and of course since then we also detected CWD in the state. We've had a few more meetings with the task force. We've rethought things. There were some recommendations, some rather significant changes, and so we decided to withdraw that proposal and republish, and then seek adoption from our commission in November. And so we have a proposal that will be published here in the next few days, and then we'll take public comment on that. So we've kind of stepped back a little bit and reproposed, and then may have rules in place in November. But again, I very much appreciate the partnership that we have with Dr. Ellis and Dr. Schwartz and Jeans and others here. And like I say, I'll be glad to entertain any questions throughout this day that y'all might have.
Okay. I have a question, Mitch. Currently, after these two cases showed up during the summer out there, some of these sacrificed mule deer, seems to be more enforcement going around and checking the herds and stuff, which is probably a good idea. But what criteria do you go by whenever you run into some of these smaller herds that haven't had any death loss over the past couple of years, and then they need to sacrifice some animals? Do you do that on an individual basis, or, I mean, is this just a shot in the dark to find out how many you want to take out of that herd? Who decides that? Because your enforcement arm are the ones that are telling these folks that they need to sacrifice some deer to be compliant.
Well, there is no need to submit any chronic wasting disease test results if they haven't had eligible mortalities since May of 2006. In fact, if they've had fewer than 5 mortalities, eligible mortalities, 16 months or older, then there is no requirement for a CWD test. I should note that there hasn't been any increased enforcement as a result of any CWD detections, but we have been dealing with quite a few challenges, it's one way to put it, in not having reconciled herd inventories throughout this state amongst a lot of our permanent deer breeders. And so we are putting a lot of effort into trying to reconcile those herd inventories. And that's the backbone of the program, as you all know, has been able to track these animals. And so one thing Dr. Vickers to mention is that we've noticed here in the last few years, especially since the adoption of CWD testing requirements for deer breeders, deer quit dying in these captive facilities. There haven't been many, let me rephrase that and say there are many facilities, in excess of 300, that haven't reported a mortality in the last several years. And so this year, as our deer breeder permitting staff is beginning to get caught up with the advent of our online, or I should say greater participation in our online deer breeder database, we're getting closer to getting caught up in the permitting program. So they're able to recognize several facilities that haven't had a mortality in 15 years is a real example in more than one case, quite a few actually. And so in cases like that, we do ask our law enforcement to go out and conduct a head count. If the head count matches the inventory that we have on file, then we're out of there. But all too often what we see is there's actually 120 deer missing from the inventory. Another real example and another common example. or 70 additional deer in the inventory. Where did they come from? How did they get there? Or where did the missing deer go? They're unaccounted for. And so there's no way for us to know if they're testing 20% of their eligible mortalities if we don't have that inventory reconciled. So as a function of other things outside of, completely unrelated to the detection of CWD, we have been able to try and make a little headway in reconciling many herd inventories throughout the state, but we still have a long way to go.
Makes a lot of sense. I can see where, you know, that would be the case where a lot of them died. Some of these guys find a pile of bones when they find the deer, you know, they'll check them on a regular basis probably. And, you know, they are required to provide 20% mortality CWD. So.
Yes, sir.
Mitch, we appreciate you being here, and we may call on you again throughout this further discussion.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And let me add on to that. We're not doing any more enforcement either than we normally would do, but we're going to start to kick back folks that have not had mortalities or have not complied somehow with our rules, which is a higher level of, not mortalities, but just hadn't complied with our rules to the point where it's obvious that they're not going to, but they're just staying in our program. We're going to actually start to send cancellations to those folks, which is going to kick them back to their program. And so they're burdened with the lower end of the compliance world out there. And so I think I just want to add that on, that of our 400, there's probably some of those we're going to pull out and say, hey, you hadn't met our rules in the last so many years, and we're just going to give you back to the Parks and Wildlife System. So they may see a higher number of deer folks that are coming from us to them in addition to the problems they have right now. So it's a legitimate issue, but it's also, I guess, a resource issue, and we're all struggling with how to keep up with this. Is that be correct?
In all fairness, I think that we probably wouldn't see a big increase in workload as a result of that, because we're already having to still monitor, keep their inventories reconciled, keep track of the deaths. I think one thing that may benefit this commission is that in the process of these herd reconciliations, we're able to then go back to Texas Animal Health Commission and say, well, you've got somebody here to level B or level C status that we found out hasn't been reporting deaths for the last 3 or 4 years, and things that y'all haven't been able to notice just yet because of y'all's workload. So it's a great partnership that we have.
I have another question, Mitch. There's a large percentage of the heads that are presented to me, the spinal cord of the part of the ovex that you try to dissect out, too decomposed. In fact, I get some that's not even there. And of course, they need to record this animal as being dead. And in most situations, even if it's soup, we'll go ahead and send it in. Of course, it's not going to be recognized at the lab as testable in a lot of situations where they don't find anything. But do they get any credit for that? I mean, you know, that's asked to me many, many times, and I'm going to have to say probably 20 or 25% of the ones that I submit are really not going to be able to be tested. But it's the condition they find them in the heat of the day, you know, they miss it in the afternoon. The next day, there's a good chance that sample is not going to be good.
Yes, sir. And so I believe the question is, would they still get credit for it? And keep in mind that, you know, the intent of the program is not to just put some more restrictions on the producers, but to actually have some confidence that we're permitting the movement of deer that don't have chronic wasting disease. And so those particular samples wouldn't help us have that level of confidence. However, I think one thing, for what it's worth, some discussion that we ought to entertain both with the Servant Working Group of this commission and our joint CWD task forces in situations like that, maybe on as an exception, we might want to consider the possibility of testing medial retropharyngeal lymph nodes if collected by a accredited veterinarian. I think that's open for discussion at some future meetings, but we would need to have some, I think, test results of a USDA-approved test in order to have that confidence that we're not permitting the movement of animals that may have CWD.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's closer. Next, we have Warren Blunser. Warren Blunser is a wildlife consultant and very active and is before us quite often. Warren, welcome, and proceed.
Thank you. I'm looking at all of your faces, and I know what expedience means right now. So my wife said, why don't you just take some peach cobbler and not speak this morning? So I got a couple of 100 pounds in my truck out there. But I am going to speak. As you can see, and as you well know, how complicated this is. We're involved in this every single day. I get calls. I've gotten 3 since I've been sitting here in the room. I'm a private consultant that touches hundreds of lives. And without stretching this beyond your mental capabilities, I'm going to try to limit it as easy as I can, but make some key points, I think, right now. And they may surprise you a little bit of some of my points this morning. I don't always agree with my colleagues, but I do try to operate on the facts that I know of, and I try to pride myself in that. And I will tell you that I believe that if you don't get some help from the legislature with funding, you're going to be rowing a rowboat with one paddle. And I'll tell you personally, I have began and am talking to my constituents that I know about what I think is going to come in the future from epidemiology issues that you'll be dealing with. And so I think it's a real issue that you are going to have a greater workload than you have right now. They've got to fund you some money to operate with. We've got one lady in here that's operating a vital issue with y'all right now that is a one-person staff. I don't know how to go about this for you, but I wanted to let you know where my feelings are, and I'm speaking from behalf of hundreds of other producers that know y'all are in trouble financially. So I wanted you to know that first off. I think that if you're in the business of animal husbandry and animal issues that we're in the hunting business and the breeding business right now, you know from what you've just heard this morning how complicated it would be for you to own or have animals right now and be engaged in this business and be in compliance, because it's not a perfect science. And so what I wanted to stress to y'all today is that in my life, I've seen evolutionary issues in wildlife and animal diseases occur, and we're going to continue with this. If you don't feel comfortable with something that you're sitting here listening today, I think you have a responsibility and feet on the ground that can say, hold on, I need to reconsider this and I need to get some more facts, because this is trying to move very, very quickly. I sit on almost every working group that we have right now, and I'll tell you, I attend about 100 meetings a year, and I struggle with some of this because we have an obligation to the resource, the people of Texas, and the commerce that occurs in this state. I would ask you to consider today that there is a federal rule out there that took years and years to come about, and there were scientific evidence, there was data, and there was politics involved in that rule. And that rule is not a perfect scenario. And you will have an opportunity as commissioners on this board to adopt your own rules for Texas. And I would ask that you consider those rules. If you don't think they're right, don't adopt them. Ask questions and come back. You always have another day. The sky's not going to fall, and we do have some ropes around our issues that are occurring right now. I would ask you to ask yourself, is our elk rule working right now? We have other susceptible species that have come into play, and it complicates the issue greatly. There are producers all over the state that have breeding herds, hunting herds, and free-ranging herds that are trying to deal with this right now. The call I just received, they got a helicopter on the ground. They don't even know if they can catch these animals or not, whether they can move them. How do we handle hybrids? And now you see how complex this is beginning to get overnight. Doesn't mean we don't have responsibility to the state and the resource, because we do. So I would ask you, is the elk program working, and will it work if we attach other susceptible species that are found all over the state of Texas today that I deal with on a daily basis? This is not about 1 or 2 ranches. This is about thousands and thousands of acres that are going to be affected by this. We knew CWD probably was going to get here sooner or later. We've got it. and we're looking at it now, trying to plug it in to make it mesh to work as far as our protocol. I mentioned rubber stamping. The only time I've ever gotten in trouble is when I didn't ask questions and rubber stamped something. What's our exit plan? What if we find CWD in another species like Axis or some other species that are even more prevalent in the state? There was a word about physical inventory being impossible. I work with breeders all over the state of Texas, and I want to take just a second to tell you I've been involved in some protocol cases with the state, with Texas Parks and Wildlife. They're handled expeditiously, they're handled professionally, but they're very difficult issues to handle. In some cases, it requires exterminating or terminally ending those deer's lives. It requires shutdown, it requires cost and thousands of dollars to the agency, but I want to assure you, in my participation with those agencies, it's been done highly professional, as cost effective as we can do it with those landowners, but it's not easy, and you may have the very same challenge with elk, red deer, or sika at any time. So it takes a lot of coordination and responsibility. Without a reconciled herd, the program goes out the window. So the key to all this to remember is somehow, whether it's a physical inventory, which in most cases is impossible, it takes a reconciled document to be able to move forward when you have a question of whether somebody has done something wrong or their disease issue. I hear the word commingling, and sometimes I think in my mind, what does commingling really mean? I just ask you to keep that term in mind. Try to plug that into a definition. What does commingling really mean? I ask as you move forward to keep an open mind. If you don't understand, ask questions. This is very difficult for me to be up here in 3 minutes and try to address an issue that took 20, 30 years to get here today.
You have more than 3 minutes.
I know, but I'm trying to be cautious of your time and your faces. And I don't have...
If we had 20 of these, you wouldn't have more than 3, but we don't have very many.
I kind of consider myself as a plumber. My wife asked me today, she said, really where you failed in your job is you need a psychological degree to help people with these problems, because my job has changed so much by trying to advise producers. The producers out there feel very, very threatened right now. It's not that the program, they don't feel like we need to have a disease protocol. They don't know how to operate with the complexity. Remember, I attend 100 meetings a year. And if you look at this document alone, all of us that have spent hours and hours and hours in this room trying to get you people to some type of sanity in this, remember this much, it's an evolutionary process, it's going to change tomorrow. Be cognizant of the resource, be cognizant of the producers. They don't have a lot of confidence in state government right now, I'm sorry to tell you that. And I've worked on both sides of the fence. Intermediaries as myself, like my participation in the Texas Parks and Wildlife programs that I've been firsthand on the ground, they're not fun, they're not pleasant, but I know they're being conducted professionally. And so with that ending, I would like to open it up for any questions, and I know you're sitting there spinning in your head of do I, don't I, or where I go from here, but maybe there could be a specific question I might can answer for you in the lives that I touch and the landowners that I deal with.
Could you elaborate a little bit on when you were on the topic of how we are going to formulate our rules as they compare to the federal rules, and if there are certain parts of the federal rules that we know simply will not work out in the field? Would you elaborate a little bit on what you meant by that?
Two things come to mind really quick. First is the physical inventory, which we negotiated for year after year with them, and they knew, and we told them that putting their hands on an animal to verify an inventory was probably going to be impossible. So they said, okay, tell us how to do it. And my whole deal revolved around a reconciliated form. The producer has to have a form for you at least. But if he has a reconciled herd on a farm, that's a reasonable amount of documentation to say, yes, he has this many animals and he's done this. But to go to a producer that has 600 whitetails or 500 elk and say you have to run them through, so I physically can examine each one of them, check the tattoo, check the tag. It's physically impossible. The other thing that comes to my mind is when you look at state issues and you look at the federal rule compared to how these deer and these animals move in the state has the opportunity and the privilege to adopt the rule for intrastate movement. If you go out of state, that changes the complexity of it. But if you're intrastate and they come up and say, we want you to test every shooter buck you release out of your pasture or out of your pens, that is a physical impossibility to get that on board. So with that said, those two things there, the testing protocol and the physical inventory, thinking about what a reconciled inventory is an important aspect to me, that there is a conflict between what the feds believe is easy and you wave a wand and get done is not always how it really is in the field.
So if interstate commerce is involved, the federal rule has to apply?
Well, if you get into interstate commerce, you have other states and other entities to think about. So I believe you have a further obligation than your state. And so yes, it takes a whole different matrix when you start traveling out of state. But we have the right and the privilege right now granted to us to adopt a lesser stringent rule than the feds say that this is the eagle's nest, because it's not always that way.
Okay.
The hunting industry in Texas is continuing to grow. There is commerce of these animals being conducted all over the state right now. But they're afraid. In some cases, they're getting out of business, which is a travesty to what we want to do, because it's our obligation to make something where they know how to operate under. And right now, they're very, very confused, as some of you may be, and some of us are too. And I think, again, I almost feel guilty being up here too long, but I want you to know this didn't happen overnight. And these rules that they're telling you are coming down from the federal rule, and I'm speaking for myself only, are not the cat's meow to say that if we spread this over Texas, you're going to be fine, because that's not the case. These guys can't operate like this. And they will go out of business, and they'll buy Polarises, poodles, and other things that they don't have to do.
Your recommendation is
I have a
what
question.
this proposal?
I'm sorry?
Go ahead. We have one right now.
Your recommendation on this proposal, you give it to you on the one that's out here in front of us, your recommendation. Adopt it, don't adopt it?
Which proposal are you talking about?
Proposal that
I don't think we're through with it yet. I think the susceptible species, my colleagues may not agree with me, but we were in that room and we were getting close to where we thought, but we all did not agree. And I believe personally, as the federal rule hit us and the susceptible species came on board, I think we're a little bit premature to adopt their regulations yet myself. I would feel uncomfortable, even though I've been through a lot of it yet. I know we have some additional challenges with susceptible species, and this may sound a little strange to some of my colleagues. I thought about this a lot. I'm in this every day, and I believe we're a little bit premature because of the susceptible species.
Let me throw my 2 cents worth in here, and then I know Dr. Vickers has a thought.
Go ahead.
You're exactly right. We probably, at the end of the day, are going to have to make significant changes to some of these proposed rules. We being you guys, not me, but I feel like I'm part of the gang. But the truth is, if we didn't start this process, we never started, because there would always be some kind of indecision and confusion. So I felt it important that we start this by putting out the federal rule as a starting point for negotiations. The lesser intrastate rule that you're actually referring to, the reason that's not proposed is because that's basically what we're doing now. We already could do that. We could create a lesser rule for intrastate movement of deer based upon the program as it currently exists, because it's less than what the feds have proposed. And so we have that flexibility right now. The commission has that if they wish to proceed in that manner. But we have to start somewhere, and that's why this rule's thrown out here. I expect there to be a number of more meetings, substantive meetings with negotiation. I would expect that at the next commission meeting there'll be some significant modifications made to this proposed chapter for consideration. I don't know how to deal with the other species other than I'm not sure how you could not address species such as red deer and sika and say, well, if the elk rule's not working, we don't want to go there with these other species, because you can't do that, because the red deer pose a threat to the whitetail deer industry right now. We have traces on red deer exposed to CWD, so we have to at least take action by proposing these rules, bringing this to the table, and then we'll continue to meet. And I would agree, if any of the rest of you guys, when the Cervid working group meets again, y'all are all invited to come. Well, you can't have more than 7, but see, I caught that. But less than a quorum. If there's some of you that are interested in this, it's very complicated, and we realize this is not the final answer, but it's a start. And that's all we're trying to do, is get this out on the table. Because if you don't meet for 3 or 4 months and we don't get it on the table, you're just that much farther down the road. And I will agree with the resource issue, as you've said before. Things like a lesser program, things like certified collectors of deer brains, if that's going to come to us, we're going to have to hire a number of people. The last point I want to make is any lesser program, less than a federal program and more than parks, we're going to work very closely with Parks and Wildlife, because I want to hear what they have to say, because if we inject a third deer status program into the state, federally approved, which maybe 50 can do, an interstate program for movement, which 1,050 can do, and then everyone left, 300 may want to stay with parks. That's going to impact them, and I want to make sure that Mitch hears this, that we're not planning on doing that without y'all's concurrence, because that is a complex issue in itself, is the relationship to Parks and Wildlife regulations and their inventory and their oversight from their perspective. We don't want to complicate it too much, but it obviously is on the table. It's probably a solution somewhere down the road, that we have to have another type of status between the ultimate federal program as proposed and the parks program as it is now. And that's kind of the way I look at it.
And I concur with your statements, and I believe these are building blocks. I don't believe they're the finished product by any means. So that's why I'm cautioning you about adopting. I think they need a little bit more. The other thing that I will tell you is that right now in the state of Texas, there are people on both sides of this fence that aren't in this room because they couldn't be here, that are looking at, one, investing millions of dollars in this business, or not investing millions of dollars in business, but they've all begun to say one thing. We don't want to hurt the resource of the state of Texas. We own these ranches. We take care of them. Help us, guide us, give us some prudent rules to follow, and we'll follow them. But if they're impossible, we can't follow them, and they will get out of business.
These are all proposals. We're not adopting anything.
I understand that.
I think though, maybe adding a little bit to Dr. Ellis's point is, yes, we need to begin this process, and a proposed rule helps begin that process. However, I am reluctant, and this is just me, in my opinion, but if there's obvious parts of the federal rule that are impossible to implement, and what I mean by that is not us implementing the rule, it's the deer breeder out there. If it's an impossibility for them to take physical inventories every 3 years, one by one, and there's better alternatives, maybe our proposed rule can address that now, instead of trying to alienate our industry out there by proposing things that we all know right now won't work. So I'd like your thoughts on how many of these things that you look at that just stand out immediately as far as intrastate is concerned, intrastate movement. Is there some leeway, or there's some things that we can modify to a proposed rule today that would maybe open the door to discussion with more of the industry?
Well, there is. They're difficult because they've been hashed out, but they haven't been hashed out thoroughly. And I mean, last time we were in the meeting, we were there for 9.5 hours. And you know, we were looking at these things, trying to get these ready for y'all. And I'll give you a perfect example, and I'm grabbing things out of the host real quick, but we're right in the midst of trying to find out how to alternatively mark some of these deer so we don't have some of the problems that have manifested over 50 years. So we're trying to tweak the RFID, the microchip, the tattoo issue. And you've got facilities that are fixing to either be monitored, eliminated, or turned out in the state right now. And so if you go to the glaring points for me, the first one was the physical inventory that we've hashed and beat up 1,000 times. The feds were in total sync with us until the very last second. And I think you're going to hear some other testimony for some other people that it turned our boats upside down. So for me to sit and give you a list, boom, 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 my fear is that right now we have a proposal, and that proposal is either going to be voted on to accept it or not. Just maybe that proposal needs to be looked at a little bit further before it goes to public comment. Now, Dee's brought up a classic example. We have an obligation to the citizens and a resource in the state. So we all feel rushed. That area in West Texas right now is contained fairly well, the best we know. But remember, movement of animals complicates things very, very quickly. And those mule deer in some cases may have been somewhere else in Texas. And we've got a red deer herd right now sitting in Texas that's locked down. And you know the history behind it. And so there's some other issues that are probably going to, these red deer and cyca just popped up. We've got other cervix that could pop up any day. So here's what I'm asking. Instead of sliding the proposal now for public comment, and I know we need a little bit, that's another postponement, but with the susceptible species that we beat to death, I'm not sure we're there yet with formulating what you just asked for so we can give you the priorities that we have. Because that's what you probably need right now is a set of priorities where the problems are and how the proposal needs to be tweaked if it needs to be tweaked. Now, my colleagues may not agree with me. This is my own personal opinion. But that's where I'm at today. Because if you put it out now, if you adopt the proposal, it's going to public comment.
It's not adoption, it's just proposal.
I'm talking about if you accept the proposal as a commission today, it will go to public comment. Is that correct?
Correct, which is the whole point. Then you receive the whole point, everyone's formal opinion. Here, I want to just say, our challenge, and Andy and I and Mitch and Gene, we've all talked about this. We are inclusive and we are transparent, but at the end of the day, there may be some rules that you have to consider that are not popular with the entire industry. But you may have to do it for one to protect the other, and that's where it gets complex. This physical inventory is not impossible for every deer cervid owner. It's impossible for most. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. Yes.
So if you don't consider that as a rule, which gives them the opportunity to sell animals interstate, at the higher level, by rule, we need to have a codification of what that expectation is. Then they're going to come and say, you sacrificed my ability to sell because of majority wants a lesser program. And what I'm telling you, and Gene, you can speak up here, the lesser program is already doable by what we're doing now. That is already there. So this is really a proposal to consider a higher level of status to accommodate the 40 or 50 or however many that would want to move interstate. And those people will be at the next meeting saying, why did you delay this any farther? And so I don't disagree with what Warren Blunster said at all, but if you keep putting, you will never have consensus on these rules. And so that's why we just said, throw it out there, let's propose them, let's argue and talk about it. We'll need to have more than one more meeting, probably 2 or 3 more meetings before any other commission meeting. But I would just caution y'all to be real careful about punting this down the road because it's not going to solve anything. You're going to have 150 more people at the next meeting than you got this one.
Okay,
So-
so and
Would
Dee,
you
I
agree
don't
with that?
necessarily, I mean, you and I have been in these
Oh,
meetings together.
we're on the
So
same page.
We're very, very astute at what each other thinks, but I would tell you one last comment. If this goes as it is, and the public gets a chance to comment on it, the public does not always have the privy we have of being in these meetings, unfortunately. They don't have the time, they don't have the efforts. So be aware of what the public and how the public and the producers are thinking. So with that said, I will end it.
I want to hear from Commissioner White.
I have a question, Dr. Warren. How far are they from a live test that can identify this out of carcass? That solves a lot of these problems if that were available, wouldn't it?
They're working on it. Mitch could speak on it a little bit. They're working on it like mad, but it's still producing false positives, and it's still not what USDA tells us they'll accept. So unfortunately, we're not there yet.
Probably 5 years would be
And
my
you-
best guess.
And you'll hear a state, I'm sorry? No false positives. Out of that test? False negatives, I'm sorry, thank you. False negatives. But what you'll hear a state that's trying to use it somewhere and it's not accepted. And we as an industry need it desperately, but it's not there. If Dee and I knew how to do that, I promise you I
Make
wouldn't
some
be
money.
here today. You wouldn't be sitting there. We'd be off
But
somewhere.
that solves the problem. I mean, you test the ones that are being transported or moved or sold.
It's not there yet.
And you can test 10% of a herd, you know, to some.
The last
that's not
thing
there.
that came to my mind is that I've said this to Dee, and I've said this to Andy and and Mitch too. Some of them don't agree with me. I believe you're going to see an influx. I don't believe, I know, that you're going to see an influx in the deer breeding industry come over to your program because of the fear of CWD non-movements and issues in Texas to be status level. And that's going to need and present an added responsibility to this agency. It's going to come to you. My clients are calling me every day about it. So with that, it's going to come more responsibility for Dee, his field people, and y'all got to have some money to do this. I'm committed to try to help y'all any way I can with funds. I want to tell each and every one of you that. I took more time, and I do appreciate it very much.
Warren, thank you.
And Gene's not in the room, Chairman, but I might ask him when he comes back, if it's legal, maybe we have some little workshops with 3 or 4 of y'all at a time if you want to come in. This is an all-day discussion. I mean, it's literally extremely complicated. So if before the next meeting, regardless of what happens, if we can accommodate the commissioners that want to spend more time on this, because really you got one deer guy and the rest of y'all are like, well, I'm the chicken guy.
Well,
or the hog guy. If that's legal, Gene, is it legal for us to have some smaller workshops where if individual commissioners want to sit down, maybe with some selected industry guys, and talk through this separate, we can have, as long as there's not a quorum.
Well, I mean, you like the trick when there's
Right,
so little to go. I mean, remember,
so
y'all-
that's something to consider. Maybe y'all think about this, because no matter what y'all decide today, it's going to get more complicated next time.
Andy really needs to say something. Go ahead, Andy.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Go ahead, and then I'll say what I want to say.
I just wanted to to address what you said earlier, Chairman, about, and explain the process a little bit. Whatever program we have, I mean, it has to be approved by USDA for a legal movement between states. So we've got USDA, if they go on this current schedule, we'll have an interstate movement requirement in December. So if we don't propose, it's not proposed today, we have no hope of having a new program that meets their requirements in place. So the way I can see this playing out is at Dr. Ellis' suggestion, I think it was wise, put it down on paper, a program that meets the federal requirement. We got comments already from our Service Issues Working Group. We had people spend all day long, spend hours on this. Gather those comments plus whatever if you do decide to propose a rule, gather those comments, then we take that to when we meet with USDA one-on-one, when we apply to have our state program accepted and say, this is what we're willing to do, and try to make those negotiations one-on-one with them to have our state status approved. The other thing is, Gene mentioned earlier, they accepted comments for a time on that interstate program. So they published part of it's in effect, part of it they took comments, which tells me they may change it between now and December. And there's the USAHA meeting they'll get a lot of comment. Plus, they're making decisions as we go forward on things that weren't covered exactly in the rule or in the standards. So, like on the using germplasm, semen from an infected herd or something, would it really cost you your status? Or what about a fawn raiser operation or something? Could that, have different rules? So we've asked them for clarification. So I think that the standards are going to evolve a little bit. So I guess my suggestion would be to propose the rule as it is now so that we get broader comments and we can take those when we talk to USDA and be able to consider a broader group.
Do you have a December date yet when the feds do come after their comment period with Dr. Varner? obviously, our process is public comment, and it's going to need that public comment, and the next step, which would be adoption, would surely have to come after we know exactly what the federal rule is. Am I right in assuming that? So with that, if the federal rule makes some changes on the inventory situation, it seems to have a big problem with that, then we would have the flexibility, but would have to then re-propose.
But we've got another option, Gene, that's correct, that if y'all set a meeting, say January or late December, I don't know, and they don't put the rule out, there's a short period of time, we can punt a proposed rule there's so much time to actually finish consideration of it. Is that not right?
I think it's important to talk about that.
It's 6 months.
Okay, so after a proposed rule, it's not mandatory to take it to adoption for 6 months?
That's right, for 6 months it dies. That's what-
Okay, so that answers my question.
So
Because-
that date is December 13th. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. Well, as complex as this is, I foresee, and then I'm starting to see the light, I guess. I foresee a lot of changes through this process, and 6 months ought to be enough time to do that. If we do wait without proposed rules, then we start all over again in December, which I don't know about having a December meeting. So, okay. Charlie, CR, Charlie again is, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Coleman?
I just want to, in relation to what we were talking about commissioners coming and listening to this, I'm certainly not an expert on the Open Meetings Act, and I haven't dealt with it in a long time, but I see no reason why that meeting cannot be posted, and all the commissioners could come to that. And depending on what's posted, even take action if we wanted to or needed to, depending on how you posted it. But I mean, if you're just having a workshop, you just post it as a workshop, we come, we seek information, we receive information, we go home.
That's a good point.
And that's totally
And
legal,
take
is it
no
not?
action.
Huh?
And take no action at that time.
Yeah, sure. So I don't think that precludes us from all coming together if we need to.
Good point.
Very good point, Coleman. Charlie?
Commissioner.
Exotic Wildlife Association. Go ahead, Charlie.
Thank you, Commissioner and members of the Commission. My name is Charlie Seal. I'm the Executive Director of the Exotic Wildlife Association. I'm not going to belabor what Warren has already gotten into, and some of the questions have already been answered, but I want to throw some different twists on this thing. You as a commission has an awesome responsibility, protecting the state's natural resources as well as keeping producers involved in commerce. Very awesome responsibility. One of the things that I think folks have had trouble understanding, and I know our own people are having trouble understanding, is there's a federal rule for interstate movement. There's a rule for intrastate movement, and that's where the two differ. Commissioner, you asked just a few minutes ago some of the things that this rule, the federal rule, carries that is a burdensome aspect of it. One of those, if I miss a test, and you mentioned a while ago, in Texas, we have, a short time period when we have a death in one of our pens or whatever, whether we can, that OBEX, or whether the lymph nodes are tested. If I miss a test under the federal rule, they now say that I have to kill 2 healthy animals to make up for that test. And you know who pays for that? The burden is put right back on the producer again. I'm not going to kill 2 animals just because I missed a test because of heat or whatever the circumstances may be. I'm not going to do that, nor is any of the other producers. Now, can we lessen that on the intrastate movement? Absolutely. We have that right to do that, or the commission does. But one of the things I say, every single thing about this rule puts everything right back on the producer. We're required to test 100% of our deaths. And who pays for that? The producer pays for it. The killed animals, who pays for that? The producer pays for it.
What happens if I test and I find that I do have CWD? I have tested myself right out of business. They come in, they quarantine me, they kill my herd. Is there any indemnification? No, none whatsoever. They're no longer indemnified. One of the only ag groups that's not done that way. Heard Dr. Schwartz mention a while ago about indemnification for TB. But the deer breeders have none of that. There's court cases right now, folks, that have ruled that the taking private property without compensation, and that's a whole issue that we have that I don't think has been addressed in any of these rules, because it's his private property. So, and I think even talking with our attorney, Mr. Snelson, that was a twist that I don't think anybody is considering at this point of what happens when that happens, because it is, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say to you is that this program, and Dr. Ellis and the commission and the Texas Animal Health have worked extensively with us on this, and as I've said in the past at other meetings, y'all are some of the most producer-oriented animal health commissions that I've worked around. But we still have that issue of what happens when that producer is put out of business. And the federal program, there is case law that states that they have to come up with indemnification, whether or not it's in their budget or not. So they have to find that money, and it's there. One of the things that I would like to go in and say is that producers cannot comply, and they have an attitude that the wildlife agencies and their own state government's trying to put them out of business. That we hear that every single day. I sit on this survey group, and I, like Warren, have had I don't know how many phone calls in the last couple of weeks over this issue. One of the things that really struck a chord with me was Dr. Clifford with USDA. When we asked him about the money that was going to be allotted for the CWD program, and he said there will be none. And when asked why not, he said, well, it's been transferred into another program. I suggest you contact your legislator or your congressman about that. The feds have seen no importance in continuing the CWD program, even in their own prelude to the federal rule. They've even made the statement that CWD is not highly contagious. That's in the prelude of the federal rule. I think that we're burdening our state with this rule, and I know there's nothing we can do about the federal rule except comment on it and do the things that we have to do. But we have a great opportunity for 99% of the producers in this state who do not participate in interstate commerce. They only want to sell within the borders of Texas. And I know that we've already discussed that issue here, setting that aside, Commissioner, and I applaud you for that. One of the things that I would like to leave you with is the sky is not falling. It's not. We've got a disease that has a prevalence of less than 2%. It's not highly contagious by our own USDA's statements. They've also have made the comment that it's a disease like any other disease. It simply needs to be managed and not to let it manage us. So I would urge each and every one of you, please, let's slow down on all of this. Let's take a good, strong look at it. I think there's certain guidelines that Dr. Ellis and his staff have to do with the federal rule, but there's also certain things that we can tweak on that to lessen the burden on the producer, and I would like to see that happen. And those are my comments. Thank you for your time.
Charlie, I have a question. If we approve this proposed rule as written, knowing the way we operate as a state agency, do you not think that these issues that you're talking about can be addressed during a comment period and amended to facilitate the program with with industry. Do you feel comfortable that we could work together with industry to do the changes needed to be done to continue the profitable entity that deer breeding has become in this state and the importance that it has to the state?
Commissioner, are you referring to the interstate rule? Or
Intrastate.
Or the intrastate rule?
I don't think we can do much about the interstate. I'm talking about passing the proposed rule, dealing with intrastate, and then using the channels that we use with communication and working groups and finding what industry can work with. Do you feel comfortable that that process can come to fruition through a 6-month comment period?
It almost sounds like passing Obamacare and let's find out what's in it.
Well, we know what's in this, I know, but.
And I say that, and I think there's certain things, yes, that can be passed. And we have worked diligently on this intrastate rule. We've worked with animal health, we've worked with stakeholders, with our wildlife agency, and as long, I guess, as I think the industry would accept that, as long as we have that comment period and their comments will be taken seriously. And I'm talking about the serious comments.
Sure.
Obviously, there's.
Sure, I know, and I didn't mean to say a 6-month comment period. I mean that we, if we propose these, really have a lot of flexibility. We get to wait till December, hopefully, and hear what the final federal rule is, but at the same time, before then, work on our intrastate policies and regs and how it can work with industry. We're not here to put anybody out of business.
Oh,
We're here to protect the industry that we do already have and make it stronger, and our history's been doing just that.
Absolutely, it has, and I think that the producers across this state would welcome the opportunity to comment. And as Warren said a while ago, today's the deadline for moving whitetail deer, the bucks, and so that's where a lot of our producers are, is getting that done today.
Sure.
I think they would like the opportunity to respond. Some of them don't do well standing up and talking, but they do it privately through emails and the comment section that you have. Yes, I do think that would be beneficial. This the whole aspect of this rule, I mean, we're seeing it all over the country, Commissioner, and folks being put out of business. And I know that that's not the goal of this commission or this agency. And we welcome the opportunity to keep working on this, and that's what we're asking. Let's keep working on it until we get it right. We have one opportunity to make it right. And is it ever going to be perfect? Probably not. And as Dr. Ellis said, I think there's going to be certain aspects of it that we'll never be able to agree on. But I guess you have to do what is best for the entire.
I just wonder what the implications are going to be for our Mexican export business if we don't have a proposal.
I don't think we know, Dr. Varner. I don't know that we can speculate. International trade and those negotiations are going to be independent of a state status in the short run. In the long run, obviously, in the TB program, we're looking at other Mexican states' ability to comply. But in the short run, I don't think this is going to impact that. But you have any thoughts?
Not at this point.
No, I don't think that's a short-term consideration.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Schwartz, let's just say, to understand this clearly, we don't adopt this, let's just theoretically say we don't do anything today on this adoption. You've got the federal rule in place. Let's just say it has no changes to it. It goes in effect, I guess, January, I'm not sure exact date. Let's say that does. Okay, and we still take no action. He wants to ship his deer from Texas to Oklahoma after that time frame. And we don't have anything adopted, anything like the federal program whatsoever. What would his ability to do that be?
I don't think he could move them legally.
It wouldn't be recognized.
And we've got about 50 folks with 5-year status, 50 or more that are already eligible. So basically, the USDA rule would basically say if we pass some version that's close, then they're going to say we recognize those 50 folks with 5-year status to be able to move. And if we don't do that, they could say Texas, you're not on the list of good states. We don't know, they might give us an extension of time, but it's those 50 people are going to be the ones at the next meeting I was referring to that this is actually going to benefit. It's going to give them more validity than they're going to have without it. So that's our dilemma.
And that's why we're asking also for a dual system, whereas we can gain status by moving within our borders. If we ever change, and that's why we've asked for to keep the same protocol that we've always had with Texas Animal Health, and that's allowing me to move and gain status along only for intrastate movement. If I change and want to go out of state, then obviously there's other things other criteria that I have to meet, such as TB and brucellosis certification and a 5-year in that program. So that's why we're asking for 2 different programs.
Okay. Sure, Warren, go ahead.
Can I join him up there just a minute? I think after hearing your comments and some of the comments of the commission, I feel pretty comfortable today being able to leave and tell my clients and my people y'all's attitude, because I didn't know it until I got here today. And I do know how I believe that y'all are looking at this now. So after hearing you, I do have a level of confidence that I can tell my people that you guys this is the building blocks and that you're open for comments. And I think that'll mean a lot to them.
Thank you, Warren. Really appreciate
May I ask
that.
one last question?
Sure, Charlie.
The movement, and maybe I need to address this to Dr. Schwartz or Dr. Ellis, the movement for Red Deer, SICA, things like this, is that going to be taken up at another meeting, or is there going to be something, is that going to be put into place automatically following the ELK rules? I'm talking about for intrastate movement, not interstate.
So it's proposed today to treat those species like...
The same as that?
Just like
It would be proposed, this commission would have to come together again and adopt it. I mean, there's comment period time, so another meeting's required before it would go into effect. And they would have the chance to cancel it or change it or whatever.
There will be a comment period on that
Sure.
as well.
Charlie, and maybe I guess I'm chairman, I could do what I want, but like Obama does. No, I mean, I foresee another meeting that's not going to adopt this proposal. I foresee another meeting that deals with amending this proposed rule and then taking a better, cleaner, workable document to the next meeting within a 6-month period of adoption. If we see between now and then that we need some type of adopted rule after December, then we have that flexibility.
So I'm assuming then that we could still, the Red Deer and the SICA, are they following that, or is it movement still free on them until they go under the rule?
It's not valid yet.
Okay.
We would hope they would.
Well, because, Doc, we have a lot of questions about that, what they can do with SICA and with.
It's not a valid rule till it's passed, so they can do right now.
We have time. We have time.
After comment. All right. Thank you very much.
So
Okay.
why can't we have an interstate rule and an intrastate rule?
I
If you
think
want to go out of state, you comply with the interstate rule. If you want to stay in state, you comply with the intrastate rule.
Well,
That
I
means
think the issue, Commissioner, that we're dealing with is we still don't know the final federal rule.
I agree.
Okay. So what I envision is just that. And how we get there is going to be a process that we're going to start today.
Can we state anywhere in here that basically this is looking as a rule so we can qualify those folks that want to move within state to state, and that we are looking at within the state, interstate, intrastate?
Would you comment on that, Gene?
Yeah, if I might, there's a lot of confusion, and this is a very confusing. And I will say, these rules were all done up after that task force. You can imagine mine of trying to pull this all together, and everybody, it's a tough thing. I will say, Mitch does want to, he was up and actually talked to Patricia, Dr. Klein, who's over the CWD, and can clarify on the actual federal rule. And if I might, let me explain what this is doing, because I think you'll have a better comfort zone that by going forward, we have a lot of alternatives here. And there's some issues, as I was trying to forecast, we're going to be, there's some problems out there, but I think the interim process is where we can work them out and that you do have flexibility. Mitch?
Thank you. Again, Mitch Lockwood, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. And last week, I had the privilege of attending the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies annual meeting. And during our Fish and Wildlife Health Committee, Dr. Klein did spend quite a bit of time, Dr. Patty Klein with USDA, who was, for all practical purposes, the author of this interim final federal rule. She took quite a bit of time to give clarification here. And one point that I still think needs to be clarified is we're not dealing with a proposed federal rule at this time. It is an interim final rule. It is final for all practical purposes. They can continue to operate under an interim final rule for years. And she gave examples of just that. And so I specifically asked, when do you call it final? And she did not have an answer and said it could be years. This is already in effect. But until December 13th, they are operating under the state's current status program and still allowing that export from Texas till December 13th. If there is not a rule adopted by Texas that would be in compliance with the federal rule, a state program in compliance with the federal rule, then the service producers in this state are not going to be able to transport animals out of Texas come December 13th.
Okay.
So any hesitation would affect our producers in this state negatively.
So you will not permit them then?
It has nothing to do with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I'm talking about with the interstate movement of any susceptible species. After December 13th, the state must have a program. In this case, Texas Animal Health Commission must have a status program in place that is in compliance with this federal rule that is in effect right now. It's not proposed. So I thought it might be important to clarify that point.
Thanks.
So does that mean that we've got to have a meeting and approve some rule before December 13th in order for our service producers to move?
No, I don't believe so. I believe as long as we're going forward with the framework that we.
That's what was said earlier.
Now, without a proposal,
Okay.
You are
I think
left
it'd be
with,
a different story.
we're left with the old program. And I would like to step back, because there's a lot of discussion about that. What I provide you here is just an updated car chassis. It's really not getting into some degree some of these, I mean, I put in there like physical inventory for interstate movement, but literally you can take the elements, identification, record keeping. These are testing. These are things that all go with any program no matter what. And the language, year one, year two versus the other. So to some degree, it can be modified to fit an interstate program. The way I developed it now, it could go both ways.
okay.
It also gets to be what do you want? Now I will say this is where the mix in the pudding, and it's a hell of a mix. What do people want by intrastate? Do they want different test ages? Do they want physical inventory versus just reconciliation? I mean, the more we do create two separate programs, and I will say they'll put 3 programs in the state with parks, and I can imagine confusion. I mean, I get confused, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about this issue for the last one. And you can see, I mean, Warren, Charlie, these are people that put a lot of thought. They're great counsel to me in terms of what they provide. And, it's a hard thing,
Gene, couple things, if I understand right. So basically what you're saying, by policy, we could adapt to some of this without rulemaking, which is the intrastate concept. But there's another timeline to consider. The legislative session. If we do, after all this discussion, agree with parks and agree with the stakeholders that we're going to move forward with these certain things that might be an intrastate program, might be a certified collection process where we regulate who can take deer brains, it'd be a lot better for us to know that while the session's still on, so we could give them an exact amount of projected dollars it's going to take. If we jack around and don't decide this till next summer, they're gone for 2 more years, and then we literally still can't do it. So keep that in mind, that there is some urgency to finish this in time, that we could get a last-minute amendment to supplement our budget if the elected officials choose to do that based upon the consensus of the industry and the regulators. So just keep that in mind as well.
Good point.
And what date would that last minute?
Well, May 31st, I guess, would be my best guess, but unless there's a special session. And they were evaluating our budget as late as May 30th last session.
Okay.
So, that's the budget bill. Someone can tell better than I can, but it's the last week of May. It's just close enough for that.
Well, it's 6 months, we'd have to do that by February the 18th, correct?
Well, okay, it's 6 months from publication. It's still okay. I mean, once I get if there's any changes or y'all, the time I publish it, I'm expecting it to be published probably early October. Maybe first week, maybe a little later, because you have to put it in, and then it takes 2 weeks before it actually is published. So, you know, with it, and then, would you put it?
March, mid-March.
So, okay. You know, and there's so many things going on here, it may be worth splitting out some of them when it comes back to you. Some of you feel comfortable with, let's go forward with these. Others that we're still going through the process. Frankly, maybe we even repropose some at that time. I mean, I do see a variety of opportunities available, and I think with the discussion opportunities, the task force and the industry folks, that will be quite a bit of things that will come back to you.
Okay. We have 2 more requests for public comment. Todd Franks. Represent EWA and Circuit Breeders. Welcome, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Give you a little background on myself. My name is Todd Franks. I live in a whole different world from here. I live out in Lubbock. It is west of I-35. Things do happen out there, I promise. I've been raising elk and red deer for 18 years. I've served on the CWD committees, working groups with Animal Health Commission and Parks and Wildlife about as long as I can remember. I was also a North American Elk Breeder Board member for 8 years and a currently on the board of the Exotic Wildlife Association. I'm one of those 50 that has been CWD testing in the state of Texas before the state of Texas had a program. Diagnostic Lab says they can go back to 2002 was my first sample, but I know it was before that. At one point, we had probably submitted more samples than any individual in the state of Texas. So I'm a little different. I can handle my red deer and my elk at the drop of a hat. I built my facility that way. I'm an elk and a red deer farmer. I'm not a rancher. My animals are not ranch raised. If you want to come look at them, run them through the chute, come on, give me a day's notice, we'll be ready to go. So I'm a little different situation than probably 99% of the cervid producers, susceptible species producers in the state of Texas. I've been in the business since '94, like I said. I've seen the federal rule proposed in 2003, seen it withdrawn. Seen it proposed in 2006, voted on, withdrawn. Now we've got this one, and it is a final interim rule. Final and interim, kind of odd to me, but the thing that I want to see happen, and there's nothing we can do about the federal rule. We can comment on it, we can try to change it, but we all know how that typically works, and we're not going to make significant changes. What I would ask the commission to do today would be to go ahead and present the rule and present it for publication. But what I would like to see is the rule 40.5 for intrastate movement withdrawn from that proposal. What that does is it allows us to, that's actually testing movement requirements for CWD susceptible species within the state of Texas. Currently, it's the elk rule. That allows us to move forward with our federal program, allows Texas to start getting their program established and approved by the feds, hopefully by that December 13th deadline. Because I have calls every day from Oklahoma, Missouri, and Louisiana, people wanting me to send them red deer. Now that we're getting to that point, I can do it. If the rule's not in place, I'm not going to be able to do it. I will say, though, that 99.9% of my customers are in the state of Texas. And I would feel comfortable saying that 99.9% of them will never ship an animal out of the state of Texas. So I strongly feel that we need to have an inter and intrastate, just like everybody here has talked about. But as opposed to sending this Rule 40.5 out for comment, I would like to see it referred back to the working group and allow us and any of the commissioners that want to be involved to come up with something that we think industry and the commission can live with. Otherwise, we're sending out something for public comment that I don't think is where we're going to end up. And I think it's just going to lead to more and more confusion. I already get calls, people every day, they hear the rules going into place, they want to sell their red deer herd, they don't want to mess with it. And that bothers me. It really does. I've been at this a long time. One thing to point out is since the elk movement program went into place, I was asking Gene, and I believe there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 or 215 movement permits have been filed instead of 279? Okay. In 2.5 years. The one thing that I will say that is drastically affected is even when that program went into place, we saw the price of elk cows go from $1,200 to $350. You can't make money at $350. The other thing, Tommy Oates owns a Huntsville livestock sale, and he was unable to be here today. But I was at his sale on Friday, and I said, Tommy, since the movement program went into place, how many elk have come through your sale? He said, in 2.5 years, none. He said he gets calls the week before every sale and won't know how many elk are coming to his sale. There's none. What we've established is a movement program that most of our producers are having trouble meeting. And I think it warrants us going back and looking at it as a whole to fix it. I understand that this organization is charged with animal health, protecting the state's resources, but it's also about commerce and allowing us to move animals in a healthy way. And CWD is a disease that was bad timing, to be honest. When it hit and was blown up at the same time was the time BSE hit in Europe, hoof and mouth hit in Europe, and we all got lumped together. You know, we've talked about the prevalence is less than 2%. Is it a major disease concern? Yes, it's a disease. But we have other TSCs in the nation that we don't require people to kill an animal to move one. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed. But basically what, I don't want to take more time, and I'll be glad to answer any questions, but what I would like to see is the federal rule, just like Gene has written it, go forward for proposal, for comment, so that we can move forward with that. But I'd ask that the movement requirements for intrastate be withdrawn from it. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I've got a question primarily for Gene. What happens if we table 40.5? What's the ramifications of that?
Nothing. I mean, what we're trying to do on that, that's a whole separate issue from the federal rule. That's just trying to be equitable to the fact that the elk folks are having to do something that now Red Deer and Sitka are now in that classification. And frankly, it's just putting them in. But there's a lot of issues about transition. They haven't been out there participating, so.
When the elk movement program went into place, Charlie Seal and Marita and several of us have worked with this organization, and we kept trying to get testing. We let people know this is coming, you're gonna have to do this, you're gonna have to do this. And finally, we got to the point, Charlie and I threw up our hands and said, we can't get them to do any more testing, you're just gonna have to do some kind of program and make them comply. Red Deer and the Sitka people, this is news to them. Yeah, and I'm one of those. I don't raise elk anymore. I have red deer. That's my sole source of income.
I want to reserve the right to comment at the end of everybody else's comments, but I got to say this right now.
What's the last word?
On this,
Did you ever ask?
on this elk deal, we pushed for more than 5 years for participation from the industry side, and we got not one halfpenny's worth of effort. Now, every member on this commission does their dead level best to try and protect the agricultural industry of Texas and every individual producer. But by God, you got to take some responsibility on the producer side too. When we pushed for 5 years to try and get voluntary participation, and we don't get anybody but Todd Franks and Charlie Seal, the only 2 men in the state of Texas that would participate voluntarily, I don't have just a tremendous amount of sympathy for the other folks that say, oh, wait, you're doing bad stuff to me. You had 5 years to come to the lick log, brother, and you ain't showed yet. I want to get these proposals out into the public for 2 reasons. One, I want the public's input. That means you too, industry. And 2, I do not want to continue to delay meeting the federal requirements that are leveled upon this entire nation and prevent people that do meet the requirements from participating in commerce. I want us to make this proposal now. Then I want us as the commission to listen carefully to each proposal we've got and then take those and make a workable program. This is not an adoption, this is a proposal. And until we get it out into the public eye, we will have, unfortunately, a segment of the affected industry that cares not one tinker's darn. That's my comment.
And to go with Commissioner Winter's comments, you know, it has been hard to be one of the ones doing all the work. You know, it's instead of the 80-20 rule, it seems more like the 99-1% rule for me. But the one thing that I will say that the federal rule addresses that I do believe can help this state get more monitoring of CWD, whether it's voluntary, mandatory, whatever it is the allowance for accredited personnel to be trained to take these samples. Because if you want hunting animals to be sampled, most of those animals are going to be 4 and 5 years old. They're going to be the ones where you ought to be testing for this disease because it does have a long incubation time. If you've got a hunt ranch out in Marfa or wherever, and you kill an elk bull on Saturday morning, you're not going to get a vet out to come take a sample. And you're not going to drive to town and get the vet to take the sample. But if my ranch foreman or my hunting guide is already there caping this animal out, and he's been trained how to take that sample and put it in formalin and get it to the lab in a group basis like the federal rule allows, I honestly do believe you will see more testing done in this state, even though it's going to cost them $100, $150, $200, depends on how you ship it there and what it goes through. But I do believe that is one good thing in the federal rule if Texas can work with that, even interstate or intrastate, irregardless. I can tell you one thing, it'll make life easier on me. Because right now, even though my dad's a veterinarian and he's been an orthopedic surgeon for 15 years, we don't take our own samples because I don't want anybody to come back and say, I didn't get the right sample. I'm not going to take a chance of not getting 100% of my samples. I send the entire head to Amarillo, and that costs me an extra $50. But you know what? I'm going to get my sample, but that's something I'm willing to do because of the money I have invested in my herd. Any questions?
Any other questions?
I appreciate your time, and I'm available anytime. Like I say, I live in Lubbock, but I can come to Austin with a little bit of notice. Thank y'all.
Thank you. We have one, thank you. One more, Marita Favia del... Not bad? The second to the last word, I just couldn't read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did very well. My name is Marita Favia del Colle Borromeo. I represent the EWA. And I, first of all, would like to thank you all for this meeting, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your concern, for listening. As you know, I came from overseas, from Europe, where we do not have this kind of setup, where people can listen to producers. I came to this country because government protects property, and of course it's a country of liberty and opportunity. I found it, and I found it here in Texas, and also thanks to people like you, and I appreciate you, sir. I'd like to do my testimony a little bit different, give you some numbers that I didn't hear, maybe you know them already. I went on a research and I looked out how bad the CWD is and the proportion. I heard first earlier, less than 2%. Well, it's more like 0.004% between the ratio between the animals sampled and the animals that come up positive with the CWD. So it's not a disease like you could have the bubonic pest that you know, oh my goodness, here are animals and people dropping dead left and right. It never happened. Not only that, those animals that are tested were healthy animals that got killed and therefore opened their brain and look. However, I know the farm in Minnesota and another farmer in Iowa. And let me tell you something. He had hundreds of red deer. One comes out positive. They killed the mother, they killed the offsprings, they killed a bunch of deer in their pens, all negative. They are finishing up they finished depopulating the herd last week, so we have to wait for the last results. But so far, everything negative. But the damage of the depopulation was $1,189,800. I am authorized, by the way, to share this information with you. This is for red deer. Another couple who own whitetail in Iowa. One deer tested positive. They blocked the ranch. They even don't want them to hunt the animals they already sold. Their damage is about $2 million right now, and they're dealing with that. This is mind-boggling. I'm thinking with these numbers, they should do that to me, I'll be bankrupted under the bridges. I mean, we need to understand, I appreciate the serving Texas animal agriculture and protecting animal agriculture. If there was a disease that would highly spreadable, I would be the first one. If you ask me to do 10, to do 15, I don't want to be, I'm a breeder too, by the way. I don't want to do to others what I don't want to be done to myself. And when I had a case of blue tongue in my whitetail, when I used to have whitetail years ago, I called first my vet, I called Texas Animal Health Commission, I called Texas Parks and Wildlife. I called everybody because first, please save my deer. Secondly, please tell me what's going on to save, whatever else could spread around. So we are all responsible for that. We understand that this gentleman is my neighbor and has a disease, he can come to me. So we understand that. But let's not go on a witch hunt also, and let's not go too fast on this proposal. And I'm respectively asked to withdraw from today the intra-state rule that we've been discussing. One question that I have over and over during the years is, oh my God, CWD, if I hunt a deer that comes out with CWD, do I die? No, you don't. Let's try also to salvage the image of this deer that, regardless if they have it or not, they're not going to kill people just because people go close to those animals. I went yesterday to the National Institution of Neurological Disorders and Stroke website, and the human version of CWD, if you will. They say there are 200 cases per year in the United States of America. Typically, it shows after the age of 60, 5–10% is hereditary. Of the acquired CJD, the acquired human form, the disease is transmitted during surgery, like a corneal replacement or brain surgery, and with malpractice, because that means that the doctors didn't disinfect properly, whatever. Those are 90–95%, and they also state that it's never been proven, and therefore not true, that it's been transmitted by virus, by animals to humans, by humans to humans, or blood transmissions. That's why I'm begging you not to precipitate things into, if you like, a witch hunt, like I call it. I heard also something that concerns me. Well, we have a proposal where the public talking about it. I beg you to listen to the CWD task force, because those people represent different interests, different opinion. I was there, I served at a time in the past. They can come up with the best, with their knowledge and experience. They can come up with the best proposal that can be discussed among all of us and you to better input. Among the public, we have also enemies, environmentalists and animal rights activists that want nothing but kill the high fence industry, no matter what is behind it and what. Two main reasons, they say. One, that we're cruel to animals. Two, that we spread diseases. I had, a deer for now 16 years. My deer would be already dead if what they say were true. And when the two CWD tests were positive were found in West Texas, within 24 hours, they come out with a press release saying, you see, the farmed cervid spread the disease in Texas. You know very well there's not a farmed deer in that region for miles and miles and miles and hundreds of miles. So because of all these threats, if you like, to our industry, I beg you to listen, to go back to the CWD task force and with their experience, see what they propose, and then we'll discuss it together. It's too much at risk. We don't want to be like in Minnesota and Iowa, where these people have worked 20 years doing very hard, and now they, on just one test that might have been even, you never know, exchanged or something, you never know, been losing millions of dollars. I appreciate you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you, Marita.
Thank you.
Marita.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's looking at me.
Is that all?
Is there any other Discussion amongst the commissioners?
Right, 1.5.
Dr. Ellis, what happens if there is a CWD, one of these farms, one of these producers? What happens if it's proven right now?
You mean the regulatory aspects? Well, they're quarantined.
Is there surrounding, do we go out and do more?
Well, we would obviously do wildlife surveillance if it's a high fence operation that is infected. As part of the epidemiology, we do that with any disease pretty much. We're going to look to see if there's a wildlife component. They're quarantined, and then their options are very limited. I mean, I think most likely they're going to go out of business. You know, because there's no live test and there's no way to easily save the genetics and easily to do all the things that you need to do to make a living. The short answer would be that most likely we would quarantine the herd, we would test all contacts, trace-ins, trace-outs, do some surveillance in the wildlife in the area or anywhere that it made sense that could have been transported or whatever, and then they're going to probably depopulate with no reimbursement. That's the most likely scenario. I mean, somebody want to add to that? Mitch, you speak up.
But now that's just that. Don't forget, we got a partner in this,
Yeah,
and that's Parks and Wildlife. They got different rules too.
That's exactly right.
That's a good point. Again, Mitch Lockwood, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. And while we do have some different responsibilities and different missions across our agencies, we do have a joint chronic wasting disease management plan that's in effect, and we now do need to update as a result of our recent findings. But one thing we would do is establish a containment zone and a high-risk zone, and even a buffer zone as we have proposed around any known cases of CWD. Our department's stance is not, when you look, when you begin to expand beyond that property where a positive has occurred, our position has not been to go in and do any sort of population reduction effort on surrounding properties, but rather try and seek some, some voluntary, some cooperation from landowners to try and get some more sampling so that we can get a good idea of the geographic extent of that disease. So any containment zone and high-risk zone and buffer zone is not any larger than necessary. The more data we can get around that facility, the tighter we can make those zones. So we would certainly try and do that from a voluntary standpoint. And to this day, still don't have a position where we need to do like some other states have done, and go out there and try to harvest everything that you can, which it's very few cases do we believe has that been successful, and we could argue if any has been. I do think on this, though, one of the important points that we would need, one of the important pieces of information that we would need to get is not only the geographic extent of the disease, but the prevalence of the disease. We've heard some numbers today about the prevalence of CWD being whether it's 2% or 0.004% or whatever it may be. And I just ask this commission to keep in mind this is an issue of scale. If we look on the world, CWD would have a prevalence of no telling how many zeros would follow that decimal point before you see a number greater than 0. But we do know of populations in this country, and I don't necessarily mean really, really small, isolated populations, where the prevalence is in excess of 20%, in excess of 30%, in excess of 50%. And we do have a good example is the population of Wyoming where the prevalence is in excess of 50%. The prevalence has increased steadily since their first detection when they first started looking for the disease. I forget the year, but a good 10 years ago or so. And there is a very strong correlation with a population reduction in yield deer. Can we say that it's a cause and effect? Well, of course not. You can't say that. All we can say is it is strongly correlated with drastic population declines. But we don't see those correlations until the prevalence does get high, such as 40 to 50%. How high it needs to get before we start seeing a population decline in mule deer or other susceptible species, I don't know. We just do know we see it once we get up over 40%. But one point that I think is very, very important to keep in mind is I think we're all very cognizant of any of our proposals that we ever present to a commission, whether it's this commission or Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission, and how that can impact our stakeholders out there. We take that very, very seriously as we do the potential impacts to the resource. One thing that I think is important for us all to keep in mind is what are the potential economic ramifications if CWD is detected somewhere else in Texas. It has a much bigger impact on many more stakeholders than we're talking now. Whether or not we want to call this a political disease or not, here's one thing that is a fact. Regardless of how prevalent it might be in certain populations, regardless of how fast it spreads, regardless of the fact, and I do agree with the statement, there's no question that there's never been proven that humans can get CWD. No doubt about it. But for whatever reason, when prevalence gets high enough, hunters avoid those areas. Whether it's because the deer numbers are going down or whether it's because they have a fear that is not substantiated, whatever the reason, they do avoid those areas. And think about the huge economic impact that can cause to local communities in central Texas, for example, if hunters quit hunting in those areas. So I do think that what we're talking about here is not an alarmist approach to this, but rather a responsible approach to protect an industry, not just the service industry, but the hunting industry in this state, and many other people that depend on that resource. Appreciate it.
And I'd like to follow up. He reminded me in regard to your question, my answer, there is a rule proposal today that would give me the authority to designate high-risk zones as well, and we would work closely and impose the same concept on zones of risk for the species that we regulate, just like they do. So I didn't add that in my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But there still is no written policy or other than depopulation of an infected herd.
Well, part of the problem is the lifespan of a deer, but if you have a 5-year, you can put these folks, you can depopulate the pauses and put them in a 5-year surveillance program. And after 5 years, if you've killed every deer that died and they don't have CWD, whatever's left in theory could be considered for release from quarantine, but when they only live to be 6 or 7, I mean, what are you going to do with the babies for 5 years? It's a physical impossibility, but there is a possibility that you could, say for elk or red deer who live longer than a white-tailed deer, there's more flexibility to work your way out of that through just beginning a status program, but it's not usually going to be a reasonable consideration. As long as there's no live animal test, there's nothing else you can do but that.
If I may add, if you consider our CWD management plan and again those rules that we're about to publish, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department is not proposing any rules that would involve depopulation of those facilities. However, with our proposal, where it does go a bit beyond the Texas Animal Health Commission proposal, since we withdrew it, is within that containment zone, the task force in large part felt very strongly that at this time, it would be premature to allow any movement into or out of the containment zone. I want to be very, very clear to say that is no intent for that to continue into eternity. I think Commissioner Winter says it very well when he constantly reminds us of the need for an exit strategy. And I think it's fair to say, in fact this has been documented, that members of this task force would have more comfort in allowing some movement out of a facility in a containment zone if there were to be some revision to some extent to the current status program as was previously discussed earlier today by Dr. Ellis. So you ask what would happen and what's the plan? There is a plan, and right now what our thought is no movement in or out of a facility in a containment zone until we can get a better idea of that geographic extent and maybe, if necessary, some revisions of some sort to the existing status program. Within a high-risk zone, the two agencies' proposals are dead on consistent, and that is allow movement out of the facility in that zone once they've achieved the level C status. For all practical purposes, that's it. And so I think we do have a good plan in place, but we really haven't talked much, Dr. Ellis, about any sort of depopulation that may occur in
Well, I'm not sure, Gene. We have authority for cattle. We don't for poultry. But do we have the authority to even require depopulation, or is that a statutory issue?
Well, we have authority to require livestock to be. Now, What's interesting though is exotics have been included in the definition of livestock. So there is, that said, there is indemnity. The rule does, this is not new, it's been there. If there are funds, we do provide.
But you have the taking issue, which is a separate
Yeah,
consideration.
that's a whole separate one. Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated issue.
The rule also says 5%.
Yeah, I mean, it has, but it's still, yeah.
And it's
You know, Lee, you brought up a really important point that I think the commission needs to hear right now, is that if you get hit, the CWD in a breeding facility, there's really no alternative for you. You're gonna have to depopulate, and there's no indemnity for it. It may be on the books, but it's not related to us. And so to your answer of your question is what really doesn't happen, Dee gave you some alternatives, but the real alternative is they're gonna have to depopulate. It's so different than livestock that are privately owned in their lifespans. I want to make that point again, Dee, you made a good point.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, they are allowing other states. In other states, they can move those animals into a hunting facility. Colorado, prime example, allows that. Find it in the breeding pen, they can move it to a hunting ranch and kill that, where they're all terminal animals coming out of it. So there are alternatives, not that but that's something to look at, where we can allow those people to stay in commerce, even though they can't move live animals, they can at least go to a terminal place.
What are you gonna tell these people that are hunting these deer or elk that they came from a chronic wasting disease place?
Sure. I think they require a test, and you gotta give the test sample, and then they notify you.
Mr. Chairman, there's actually a facility in Colorado a hunting facility that was tested positive for CWD, and he welcomes and invites people that have CWD positive animals to bring them there, and he works with them in conjunction as far as the hunting, and they do a split of the proceeds.
Mitch mentioned a level C status to be able to.
Well, that's the way the current rule's written.
Yeah.
The rules that we have in place, we use A, B, C, D. The federal uses year 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, this is where you get into confusion and frankly, transition issues,
I think we have reached a point now to make a decision. So with that, I would ask the commission to or not to offer a motion. If the motion is offered, I think that the comment period needs to be extended. So I would recommend Dr. Ellis, 60.
Well, I will say that 60 will put you, let's just say.
Depends on when you want to meet again.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, if you were to meet in December, it might literally, and bottom line is too, every time period, that's a lot of stuff I gotta respond to, so you want some built-in time.
Sure.
When you either go 45 or no, you're gonna meet in January.
They want to table it.
In which case.
We can make that, I can make a suggestion too, if you want to vote on these by chapter or part of the chapter rather than.
Well, there's
bulk.
sections in there. I will say
So
there's
I
a
don't know,
very-
I'm not saying what to do. I don't know that it's going to matter, but I just want to make sure that is a consideration, Gene, that if you want to vote on each piece. There was a request to consider 40.5 separate. I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying that's an option. You know, you can do it this way. Dick, you're Commissioner Winters, you're the leader here, so you tell us. I'll just stay out of it, but you can break it up if you want to. Folks.
Well, that was the question that I was asking earlier, because the paperwork has to reflect the intention.
Oh, the motion?
Yeah,
Yeah, so
and-
it would need to be altered.
And so I want to, before I make this, I want to ensure that the correct terminology is used, because we're going to be talking right now about Chapter 40, which includes 40.5.
Yes. Perfect.
This thing's really.
One more time, to make sure that I know what I'm trying to put
Is
forth.
it gonna impact the federal rule?
If 40.5 is tabled or addressed as a separate issue, will that have a negative impact on the positives that we're trying to push now?
What do you mean by the positives?
by,
Participation.
right, by putting this forth, we start the process of
Take
moving.
40.5 out, it's gonna affect it.
Well, to be honest, I look at them as two different debates. You got the federal rule, to be honest, if they want to go interstate, Red Deer, Syca, they got to play in that. That's just, this is making folks participate in a surveillance program to move intrastate. As he said, you know, just getting the elk, it's kind of an equity issue, trying to be equal with the deer, getting our surveillance levels up. So I've been working for a while on the elk, and then now you've got two new participants.
But we may not know the answer to your question because the federal rule says that red deer and Syca are susceptible species.
Right.
So if you don't adopt or propose the entire federal rule, then USDA could come along later and say, until you guys get on board with all this, the bottom line is it's going to be USDA's decision, not ours, whether this affects us adversely or not. Gene, you
But
obviously have.
40.5 has nothing to do with the, 5 has nothing to do with the federal rule. It's just a surveillance.
Yeah, it does, because the federal rule says red deer and Syca are susceptible
what I'm-
species.
well, but-
So we're adopting a state rule that doesn't address the susceptible
No,
species completely.
No. Let me explain
All right.
this too. This is making folks either test an animal or be in a status program in order to move intrastate. A herd certification program is a quality assurance program, and if you're gonna move interstate, you gotta play. That's true, they're still gonna have to participate in that if they wanna move interstate. But within the state, the feds don't require that they participate to move.
Somebody help me out here, but if you have an elk status and there's red deer in the same pasture and we don't address red deer as susceptible species, would USDA accept the status on those elk as valid when we have an unknown tested population susceptible commingling with them in the same pasture? That's my question. I don't know the answer. I'm
We
asking.
wouldn't recognize the status because they have susceptible species in there that aren't monitored. So what
So-
Gene is saying is right, that we could take that part out and not affect the interstate movement.
So we're just delaying the eventual addressing of red deer and
Well,
Syca
that
need
is-
to have a surveillance program to
And
move
that's
them.
exactly, and it's a big deal.
All
I
right.
will say, this is a pretty, when you think about it, you've got people out there that have been, all of a sudden, they gotta play. This is gonna take a lot of talk, a lot of work through, you know. The pro is you put it out there, it's gonna promote the talk. You're gonna get folks to come to the table, because I think it's been overlooked to some degree from the federal rule. But that's it too, it's gonna take a lot of work. You may wanna set it on the side.
I'm perfectly fine splitting them out. I think that's a fine, reasonable thing for the fairness to the request. I guess my only pragmatic question is, what's going to change in the next 6 months? How would you ever decide red deer are not susceptible to CWD and end up doing it anyway? And that's what I don't, are you just wanting them to have more time to assimilate it?
Let me say this, I think the big issue is transition. It's not gonna change that they're not susceptible species, but you got people that haven't been participating in status programs because it's not required of them. So now this rule says you gotta have a year status.
So
It's gonna shut down.
so what is our criticism if we continue to allow red deer to move, we don't even propose a rule, and 2 years from now we realize an infected red deer, infected white-tailed deer, and we knew they were susceptible as a commission and we just put it aside because they hadn't had time to think about it. I'm just posing the question. I'm not an advocate either way here. It's all, both are legitimate concerns, and Mr. Frank.
Todd, go ahead and comment.
Dr. Ellis, I as a producer, and I think we as an industry, are in no means saying, let's look at it in 2 years. What we're saying is, that working group, when we met, we talked about intro versus inter, and at that point, everybody was focused on the federal rule. And if you go back to the minutes that Dr. Schwartz sent out, it was said, basically it was tabled for discussion at a later date. We as an industry feel we need to have that later date, today, tomorrow, whenever that working group wants to get together, whatever the minimum notice is. I'm not saying that red deer are not susceptible, I'm not saying that Syca are susceptible. All we're asking for is some time to look at the intrastate movement protocol for all susceptible species and come up with something that the industry, the Animal Health Commission, and everybody can support and work with.
But do you perceive any substantive changes to the elk rule that's already in place?
I would
What's-
like to see it, yes.
But what would that be? I mean,
I don't know the answer, but I have some ideas. It's not that I don't want to address them here, but I think it opens a whole other can of worms that belongs in that working group. But right now, if you don't have a status in the state of Texas and you want to move an elk, if you want to sell one elk, you got to go kill one. I don't know of any other species, disease, anywhere in the world that I have to go sacrifice a live animal at my cost, my loss, my test, to be able to sell another one. I have a producer in Lubbock that I sold elk to 5 years ago. He's got an elk bull sitting in Lubbock right now that he's at an offer of $12,000 for that elk bull. For him to sell it, he's going to have to go kill one of his cows. because he didn't enroll in the program when I sold him to.
But that's $350 cow to sell a $12,000 elk.
But still, aren't we still in the welfare, in the business of the welfare of those animals as well?
I'm not advocating one side or the other. I'm just trying to understand
So
your
what I'm saying
position.
is, yes, I would like to see substantive changes to 40.5 in regards to all susceptible species, but that decision can't be made today.
Sure. Well, I think a lot of these decisions can't be made today. I guess, Commissioner Winters, if you are interested in proposing an amendment, I think it's simple. I don't think we determine whether we table anything or not. I mean, if you want to propose a motion with the exception of a certain item, you can make an exception to that item within your motion, and if it's seconded and voted upon, that particular part of that chapter is not even on a motion, so it doesn't need to be tabled. If we as a commission feel like we can deal with this specific issue through the same process that we're dealing with every other issue that's, I think, just as complicated, then we vote on the whole motion as it stands. I think that is the question in front of us right now.
I've been working on this problem with industry for a long time, and in most areas we have found agreement. There are areas where we have not. I want an intra and an interstate plan. Industry, we want to give that to you. It's going to cost us at least $1 million more than we got to put it in. So you help us, you get us some money, and we'll certainly try and consider it. As far as progress, we've not made a whole lot of progress for many years on this. This is a proposed change. We don't have to do the final implementation of it downstream, but if we put this proposal in front of you, perhaps those less active members of your industry will follow your lead and start giving us some input. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 40, the chronic wasting disease located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code, as we have discussed today, all of them, no exemptions, with the understanding that we will address each specific thing prior to implementation. So, I further move that the notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 45-day comment period, which is a change from what is printed. Instead of 30, 45. That will put us through September, October. The end of the comment period will be prior to the end of the year. So we will have ample time to address those issues as they come in. But
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Been moved and seconded that we propose the amendments to Chapter 40, Chronic Wasting Disease, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. It's further moved that the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register for 45 days. Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Gene, let's move to
Move on down the road.
Let's move to item E.
All right, Chapter 51, these are entry requirements. This is actually doing two things. One, I'm just making the trick rules, as we discussed earlier and stuff, allowing for stool samples to be done for those as an official test for animals that want to come in. The other thing was, in response to the federal rule for certidates from the CWD, they've gotten, our rule is set up, and it was established back in 2002. Under the rule at the time, and we recognize states at different statuses. 3 years if you didn't have a CWD detected, 5 years if you had detected a CWD. Under the federal rules, everything's 5 years. So basically, I was cleaning out the rule to reflect the fact that everything met a 5-year standard. We no longer put a 3-year status allow entry. Also, based on the fact that we had the site in the red deer included acceptable species, which was acted on under the definition we're putting that in to make it come
I have a question, Gene, and I apologize, I didn't ask you this before today. On 5110, you're referencing the specific version of USDA chronic wasting disease as July 2012. Could that cause us problems if they change that? Shouldn't we just say whatever is the most current version of the CWD USDA rules rather than linking it to a specific date and year?
Well,
So I've
okay,
changed
I
the
don't
rule every
disagree,
time.
but I will say the law likes to see us, if you're using a specific standards reference, which does make, to be honest, this is something.
I'm just asking.
I just put it in there at that point because that is the standard that we use, and it's in other ways, but I would agree.
Because I know we linked rules in the past to TV UM&Rs and then realized it was a mistake because it kept changing them. So I'm just asking, is there any way to capture what you just said without, but also not link us to a rule that could be changed in December? It could be changed.
Well, I can change it in December if so, but understand this too, the standards is the interstate movement are established by that right now. Let me look,
I'm just thinking, couldn't you just say whatever's the most current USDA chronic wasting disease?
They don't like it at the register because
Oh.
it doesn't provide people adequate knowledge of what you're talking
All right.
about, what's current.
Okay.
I did it for this way for a reason.
All right.
We'll look for alternatives if we go forward for adoptions, but I don't disagree. I put it in there because it is the most appropriate.
Okay, I withdraw the question.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I move that we propose amendments to Chapter 59, General Practices and Procedures located.
Wrong
in
one.
Title IV.
Wrong one. Do I have a motion for Chapter 51?
Yes. That was 59, sorry. Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 51, entry requirements located in Title IV of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that notice, do we need to do this at 45 since we're doing the other one, or do we want to do this one?
No, this can be 30.
I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Been moved and seconded that we approve item 12E, motion, Chapter 51, entry requirements. Any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. And that last one is item F.
This is as we've been discussing earlier and stuff. As issues from pyro have arisen in CWD, given that Dr. Ellis is the executive director, the ability to designate areas with high risk and all that. So I established a set of rules very similar to the pyro, which allow for him to dedicate, if they're epidemiologically to high risk for disease concern, that he can go out there and put in force testing standards, protocols in order to test and determine what that is. I put this in Chapter 59, which is our generic chapter, replacing the CBI fee that I moved to Chapter 33. So, any questions?
You can do it now.
You already wanted to. It's already started here. Mr. Chairman, I move we propose amendments to Chapter 59, General Practice and Procedures located in Title IV, Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. Further move that notice of proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 12F, Chapter 59, General Practices and Procedures. Is there any further discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now these, item 13, Gene, are going to be adoptions.
The 4 adoptions that y'all considered last time, we'll move through pretty quick. There wasn't, to be honest, a whole lot of comments on them or anything, so there's no changes. The first one I bring to you is Chapter 40. This is the high-risk and containment zones that are designated out in West Texas in response to the CWD detected animals out there. In that regard, as Mitch had already indicated, too, Parks also have a similar proposal that mirrors the same zones, but they're now going to come back with a little bit different zone and stuff. That said, we're going forward with the zone as indicated, as we talked to you earlier and stuff. The one thing I will say that I put out for comments, but we didn't get any, but we've established is we did have different movement opportunities or what we said is if you've been in this, if you go out that zone, you stay there for 5 years before you're eligible to move. And we looked at whether or not 5 and 3, which met our entry requirements, was something appropriate for the high-risk zone, which is eligible. That said, since we're removing it through the rules, I maintained them both zones at 5. If you go and establish a herd out there, it'd be 5 years before you'd be moved and eligible. The only other thing that I added, this came up through the group discussion, was we didn't want people to be taking out these carcasses from these animals without getting tested. But we do recognize that people may take a skull or a bone, so excluded that type of bones that have any tissues on it, so that it wasn't a violation.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the amendments to Chapter 40, chronic wasting disease, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
Second motion.
Been moved and seconded that we approve item 13A, Chapter 40, chronic wasting disease. Is there any further discussion? None, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The next one is Chapter 43, this is on TV, this is the calf ranch rule that Dr. Ellis had discussed also earlier, basically where we were just indicating that these type of activities were high risk for TB, and having our folks go out and do further epidemiological assessments and high-risk assessments on this. I did get one comment out, this was actually the 4 comments I got, the most sophisticated. It was a vet, but he was trying to include beef cattle. Why don't you put all cattle in there? So trying to explain that was getting into a whole different area of activity, so then we declined to broaden it out past the dairy farms. So, but with that, there's no changes to this one. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt amendments to Chapter 43, tuberculosis, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
Been moved and seconded. We item 13B, motion Chapter 43, tuberculosis. Is there any discussion? None, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the next one, everybody use Chapter 45. This is our reportable disease. This was literally just added as a reportable disease. I'm going to call it Schmallenberg. Thank you. A disease, a virus concern over in Europe, for which Dr. Ellis felt like with USDA we put that in as a reportable disease.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the amendments to Chapter 45, reportable diseases located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
Second. Been moved and seconded that we adopt Chapter 45, reportable diseases, item 13C. Is there any further discussion?
Just a second.
Okay.
Dr. Schwartz indicates something that I was not made aware
Well,
of.
we are, it's on the table, so we can discuss anything we need to
Well, all
discuss.
he wants me to do is move it. I had it under as a cattle disease. He says it's a multi-species, so I'm just going to let you know that as discussed today, you can still, that I plan to move it up under the multi-species versus the cattle.
Okay. So the motion is read, will still apply what you're going to do? Okay. As long as that's fine, then we're legal on that standpoint, then if there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
The last one, we're finally here. Okay, this is the ECMON Chapter 49. This is the pyroplasmosis rule, which Dr. Ellis also talked about in his report, trying to designate areas of high risk in order for him to achieve testing of animals where there's a high risk of pyroplasmosis. So we've already been going forward with that.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the amendments to Chapter 49 equine located in Title 4 of the Texas Administration Code as discussed today.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the motion, item 13D, Chapter 49 equine. Is there any further discussion? If none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Gene, thank you. And I think we're now ready for some awards. We take these very seriously because we value our employees here at the Animal Health Commission, and I understand that Dr. Ellis,
I think
Who
we're
else?
going to let Dr. Schwartz.
Dr. Schwartz and Dr. Ellis are both
Yeah,
going to
I'm
present
finish.
this.
He's gonna
Great.
start,
Andy,
I'll finish.
would you like to start? She has been sitting back there waiting all day.
Bless her heart.
Telling me something. Tell me we got to rest.
So it's my privilege as Barbara's direct supervisor to give her this recognition. Barbara has been a supervisor. She's currently the supervisor of the permits department. This is she recently celebrated her 40th anniversary with the agency on August 15th of this year. So Congratulations, Barbara, for outlasting. Yeah. Just a little history. Barbara was born and raised on the Lord Schultz Ranch in the small town of Page, Texas. Barbara began her employment with the agency in May of 1972. Can I tell my age? She was 5 years old.
She was 19.
She started out as a clerk in the permits department. In June of 1980, she was promoted to administrative technician, later reclassified as clerical supervisor over 6 employees with interstate permits and health certification section. 2002, she was recommended by the executive director at the time for successfully helping to start the scrapie eradication program. And 2006, she became team leader of the herd status and permits. 2007, promoted to program supervisor. And I just have a quote here from another tenured employee here, Debbie Metzler, who's been with us 39 years. And she says, Barbara is very active in her church with organizing functions, fundraising, and fellowship. She and her husband, Johnny, have 2 sons, Justin and wife, Casey, grandson, Grayson of Bertram, and Dustin of Austin. The Hallmark home is known to be a gathering place every weekend for her family and friends, where they hang out for some good home-cooked meals, cold beverages, and dominoes. So I would just say, just every meal we've had here, Barbara's been, organizes and brings food, and we certainly benefited from that. We have another quote here, and this one is from Jean. In my time here, I've been extremely blessed to work with Barbara. She's truly a backbone of this agency and the job she performs. Her longevity makes her one of the most essential people of this agency, from whom I've learned a great deal. I'm proud to work with Barbara. So, and I would share those sentiments as well, Barbara. To me, when I have a question about entry requirements, or I don't go to the regs, I go to Barbara. What have we done with this in the past? Because she's been around long enough and has followed it and done that she's our walking encyclopedia. So.
Yes, I did it.
Barbara, thank you. Thank you for your loyal service and for all your contributions, not only to the Texas Animal Health Commission, but the state as well. We're extremely grateful to have you on our team. Proud to be part of it.
Thank you so much. Is that it? Do we have any more?
That's it.
That's it. Barbara, we're very proud of you, and we're proud to have you as part of this family. Thank you. We have no more public comment. And I guess the big question now is what we're going to do about the next meeting, whether we, Dr. Ellis, should you and I visit maybe a little bit on the need for a December meeting, and then maybe get some, let's first, I think you and I need to decide whether we should have one. Dr. Ellis?
I think the main things, you probably want to have a meeting before the session starts. But
Okay.
that gives you to the 3rd week in January, so it's up to you guys whether you push it into pre-Christmas or right after Christmas, but it's going to need to be either early January or early December.
Okay,
But we can talk, I mean, I don't have a preference personally.
you know, sure.
Is there any things stated that we have to give so much time between that meeting and the April the 15th will be the date we have to adopt?
No.
Can that be just 2 months? Could we meet I'm just asking, can we meet January the 15th and then meet April the 15th to
Yeah,
adopt?
I mean, if you want to follow up and still act on the rule proposal that, from the CWD one you did, yes. No, you have that. The biggest thing is just we have to have 8 days notice to publish the agenda.
So let's maybe think about early January.
We'll have momentum going into session right after.
There you go. I'll be here probably several times before then, and so we'll start putting that out there to the commissioners and and see what kind of date we can come up with. If that changes and Dr. Ellis and I decide we need to do something in December, we'll let you know. But I think right now we're looking at the 1st of January.
My only other suggestion is maybe get with Commissioner Winters and y'all decide if you want to have a workshop. I just want to, I don't know if caution's the right word, but I hope y'all see what just happened. This could overwhelm me and Andy really quickly. I mean, this should consume a considerable amount of attention of our agency staff in trying to figure out what to do. And so I'm just letting everybody know, in every other species and every other disease, please be patient with us, because Andy's already spent most of his time all summer on this, and I've spent a lot of my time, and it hadn't even started yet. And so I don't know what y'all want to do about a workshop or how y'all want to get yourself up to speed, but I think you can expect twice as many people the next meeting. We may need to move the next meeting to a bigger venue for that reason, and so I'll yield to you, Commissioner Winters. But I think this is the tip of the iceberg of what you're going to see, not the end of it.
And it's going to get unpleasant.
Yep.
I would like Mr. Lockwood and Dr. Schwartz to collaborate, because very many of the same people serve on our individual committees. I would like to get this done as quickly as we can, because it is going to be contentious. So what works for you guys, I will do everything in my power for me to be there. We need as much lead time as we can to ensure that some very irate folks will be able to be there and have their input. And we need to schedule a fairly large venue for a fairly large amount of time. And if any one of the commissioners would like to come and play, we got a ball and a bat for you too, so come ahead on. But as soon as you two can find a date that'll work for you, let's get it out, and the sooner the better.
So you're recommending a meeting before the comments? Or do you want to wait till the comments are back and then have a meeting shortly thereafter?
Well, we're going to start getting comments here probably in a
When they get
short
posted,
order.
it'll be a couple of weeks till they're posted.
So,
Yeah, I'm not-
I think the 24th of October, Animal Health Association is over, so the end of that week, the last week of October after the 24th, we will have gotten a much more firm, I hope, feel for what federal changes may be coming and their interpretations, and at that time, we'll have more firm ground.
So late October, early
Should-
November.
Shouldn't there be a meeting before the adoption date?
You mean workshop-wise?
Yeah, workshop.
Well, that's what we're talking, that's
Yeah.
what
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
asking.
the 13th though, right? 13th of
You're talking about the federal.
Federal.
But as we've been told today by Mitch, the federal deal is a
They're
done
not, they
deal.
got one person in the entire U.S.
So
assigned to this.
I think we need to get away from that.
A year
We're
till they realize
getting
what
away
we're
from
doing.
that assumption.
I wouldn't worry about
More
that
off
recommendation.
with your input. Maybe sometime in November.
Is
I want to give the
October-
comments as much possible time as we can, stay away from December, and maybe look at something in November. Okay? And I will be there.
Thank you
To
very
back you
much.
up.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, I really do.
I
think
it would educate all of us.
Before hunting
Ernie,
season.
I want to tell you, this issue has really had an impact on our Mexican imports. I just recently got probably the first one passed last week on 48 shooter bucks going into Mexico. The Mexicans are really concerned. I even had a Mexican Deer Association representative go to Mexico City and visit with the head of SAGARPA on this issue about where we stand with CWD and where Mexico stands with it. Fortunately, we're able to, over the past couple of weeks with the USDA, Dr. Varner group, we've established a guideline and a new Mexican health certificate. So Mexican Deer Association is right on Texas Deer Association's coattails. There's a huge amount of commerce going on there. And they're watching us on this thing. So, and they're real concerned about being able to import more deer there.
Point taken. Coleman?
I'd just like to note that the National Rifle Association has a very good video on the border lack of border surveillance that's going on right now. Dr. Bakers is prominently featured in that video. It's very well done. It's going around the internet for those of you who have not seen it.
I hadn't seen it
He's one of the stars.
And he looks 20 pounds lighter on that video.
Absolutely.
We're adjourned. Thank you.